Welcome back to Man Down Sports. As you can see from the thumbnail, we got a good show for y'all, man. And the rundown, you can see it, man. We got a bunch of things we want to go over that happened over the weekend and so far this week. I see we got people already in here, man. Sorry for being a little bit tardy, y'all. I was trying to get everything prepared for y'all, man, but I appreciate y'all for coming in here and waiting on me and all that stuff, man. Send me a shout out in here and let me know where everybody coming from. I see DC Slim in here. We got moderators. I see Posh King said he got that purple rolled up right now. Good stuff, man. Got that perp rolled up, man. Hey, go ahead and hit the like button while y'all in here. Hit the share button as well. Let's go ahead and get this thing started, man. I'm ready for all the good conversation and the call-ins and all that stuff, man. I think we're gonna have a VA Beach. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I know something about VA. That's 757. I know something about Bad News and Chester Freak, Virginia Beach, P-Town, Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Yeah, I'm from North Carolina. Yeah. I done played some basketball teams from were they from Rocky Mount? No. I played squad from Greenville. I played a squad from what was it at? I can't remember. It was close to Greenville, but that man, they had a dude named Tiny that played on that team. Lord have mercy. I think he ended up going to UNC Charlotte, but yeah, that dude was cold, man. 757 Hood Barbie. Yeah, Hood Barbie. Oh, Hood. It must be P-Town then if you Hood. I mean, what else Hood is in 757 other than P-Town? It's not serious up in the house. Greenville Rose. Nah, it was it was Kinston. It was from where Jerry Stackhouse is from. It was Kinston. We played a team from Kinston. Man, they had some ringers, man. One in particular. All right, so hit the like button. I want to give a shout out to our new members. We just hit 10 members, which is good because I told y'all when we do our full pet on Friday, we're going to start inviting some of our members up here to do a show with us if they want to, right? That's one of the perks we go offer them. And I said we'll start doing it once we hit 10 members, and we hit 10 members today. We just got A. Harkins, so I appreciate A. Harkins for joining. Shy Rider West Sider 23 just joined as a member. Appreciated it. Tough Dana 3, Pharrell Scott, Michael Tafia, DC Slim, Wizman Ballin, Malachi Israel, Savon Arner, and Mikey Brass. I think Mikey Brass might have been our first member, man. So we appreciate every last one of y'all for supporting the show and helping us out, man. And we go help y'all come on the panel with us, man. We got 5 usual suspects that do our full panel Fridays, and that 6th spot is always gonna be open for a member. So they choose to come join us. But yeah, so that's part of it. Shay J in there. I got moderators in here. All right, man. I think we're ready to start, man. Ready to go. This episode is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is the best place to play fantasy sports. I want to tell you about the easiest way to get in on some NBA action with Underdog Fantasy and their pick'em game. Just find your favorite player or any player for that matter, pick higher or lower on that player's stats, and you can win up to 20 times your money in one night. Pick between 2 or 5 players to fill your pick'em entry. Get every pick right, and you can net yourself some serious cash. Use the promo code ManDownSports, and you can get your deposit doubled up to $100. You got to check on the map to make sure your state is eligible to play Underdog Fantasy. But as soon as you do, and if your state is, go ahead and download Underdog Fantasy's app. Use the promo code ManDownSports, and you can, like I said, you can get that $100 match on your first deposit. And I would want to thank Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring Man Down Sports. All right, so we're going to start with something that happened a couple of days ago. What's today? Tuesday? Was this Monday when it happened? It was Monday morning, yeah. So this is after a Lakers loss. They dropped to the 10th seed after that loss. Game was kind of ugly. And, of course, they got up Monday morning and talking about it, and they invited Paul Pierce on the show, which is real interesting because Skip Bayless is trying to save Undisputed. It's, he tried it with Richard Sherman and Keyshawn Johnson, but they're not that interesting. Plus, they're football guys, and it's not even football season yet, so they can't offer up good commentary on the basketball and the NBA part. So and they was trying, and then Skip tried to bring Lil Wayne on as some type of help, thinking that was going to get everybody's attention. This is all after he lost Shannon Sharp, right? He was struggling, but he had the bright idea to bring on Paul Pierce, because he was really missing that back and forth that he had with Shannon when it came to topics like the Lakers and LeBron James, right? He thought he was going to get it with Keyshawn. He's a former football player, just like Shannon Sharp. One played tight end, one played receiver. They both love the Lakers. They both love LeBron. But Keyshawn is not that type of talker, right? He's not like Shannon. He's not going all the way on the deep end like Shannon, to where the way he defends LeBron is almost on an intimate level. You know, man, he defend LeBron like I probably would defend my mama or my wife or something like that. You know what I mean? So it's on a deep level with Shannon. So he don't get that with Keyshawn, right? So I think bringing Paul Pierce on, I think, you know, Paul Pierce is gonna say the truth, and I think him being on one end of the spectrum when it comes to LeBron, juxtaposed with Keyshawn, I think he might get a better dynamic with that. Maybe they'll bring something different out of Keyshawn, something close to what him and Shannon had, right? So he's trying, and that was good stuff. So I'm gonna play for you what Paul Pierce said, man, and what he said needed to be said, because I mean, really, it's Monday morning, and their first topic was the Lakers, and the Lakers are a 10th seed, and the Warriors are a 9th seed, and they wanted to talk about Steph and LeBron and the Lakers and the Warriors, which is weird. So here's how Paul Pierce responded to it.
All here and you here, so now we go.
I don't even know why we talking about the 10th seed Lakers anyway. Like, why are we even talking about them?
Touche.
Like, why are we talking about the 9th seed Golden State Warriors when there's other teams out there that needs some light put on them?
Well, you played in the NBA for like 20 years.
Like, I'm tired of the Lakers. Yeah, Lakers gonna lose. LeBron's gonna get 40. He's great at getting his stats. But the truth of the matter, Key, when I've been watching the Lakers this year, yes, LeBron's been great numbers-wise, but LeBron got to take a step back. And he got to take a step back.
And do what?
He got to get the ball up a little more.
Yeah, I buy that.
No, listen. He's averaging, since All-Star break, look at his numbers. 29, 9, and 7, 57 from the field, 45 from 3. It's not resulting in wins. When LeBron sat out, who'd they beat? Milwaukee, a contender. D-Lo had 40. They went to Boston and got a win without LeBron.
But don't do this, though, Paul.
It's the truth. It is the truth.
I think he's older. He needs to take a step back. The less he does, the more it's going to be for the team. And that's not a bad thing.
Are you saying take a step back in terms
of he's too ball dominant?
Yeah, but
he's too ball dominant. He need to let the reins go. He need to let D-Lo go. He need to let AD go. Reeves. It showed when they played. Their two most impressive wins in the last 2 weeks have been Milwaukee and the Lakers. And LeBron didn't play in either one of them.
Boston.
Yeah, I mean, in Boston.
Yeah, right.
LeBron didn't play in either one of those.
That Boston was last year.
At Boston.
Last year, man.
You don't go in Boston and just win.
Yeah, but Boston.
Reeves looked like the next Larry Bird without LeBron. I mean,
and by the way, Keith, to his point, in the fourth quarter the other night, LeBron got up 8 shots and he made 5. But the point was
not resulting in the win.
Austin Reeves took 1 shot in the fourth quarter the other night and made it, and that was it.
But whose fault is that?
Because LeBron is ball dominant.
Is that the players on the court fault, Paul, that they just say, here you go?
He got a stranglehold on the offense. I think you could really release this offense if he did a little more swinging the ball, passing, maybe setting some screens. We don't need LeBron to get 30 like in the past. I think the less he does, the more for the team, and I think he's got to unlock these players. We're going to make an excuse for the Lakers, like, oh, they need more. No, they don't. You got good role players. You got D-Lo. Reeves, like I said, you got Anthony Davis, who's a top 10 player.
But the role player shoots. Just last night, they shot 26%.
They don't got no rhythm. If I'm a role player and I'm sitting there all game and I don't get the ball till 2 minutes left, I'm really just getting cardio.
Yeah.
Like, that's hard for them to get a rhythm. Yeah, when LeBron don't play, they got rhythm because they touching the ball. Even if you don't shoot the ball, if you getting the ball swung to you, dribbling it, getting a feel for the ball, you can still somehow get a rhythm. That's the way the game of basketball goes.
Real quick.
All right, so he made a lot of good points, man. So this is what I want to say first before I get to exactly what he said. So you got to be careful when you listen to players that have podcasts or players who had these contracts. Like I think KG and Paul Pierce podcast is under Showtime, right? So when they got these sponsors, and Showtime might be saying, hey, these are our sponsors, X, Y, and Z. This is how y'all go get money, blah, blah, blah. When you start to get intertwined with so many different companies and entities, at the top of all those companies, all these dudes at the end of the day, that money kind of start mixing and matching, right? So like for instance, ESPN, you can be the face of the ESPN like Stephen A. Smith, but ESPN is in partnership with the NBA or with the NFL. So it's certain things on ESPN Stephen A. Smith probably want to say, can't say, right? Just for the sake of, hey, the money in the business. Like, yeah, man, we're trying to market this player or this team, and you're coming out and you're working counterproductive to that. Like, you can't be out there saying things about LeBron while the NBA is trying to market them, and you work for a company that's a partner with the NBA. At some point, your boss is going to speak to the NBA heads, and then your boss is going to come down and tell you to chill, right? So when you listen to Paul Pierce on the podcast with Kevin Garnett, you could tell that Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce have taken a different stance on LeBron James. This what you haven't heard Paul Pierce talk like this about LeBron in probably 6 to 7 months. Probably none this year, none last year, really. He's really calmed down. And so have KG. They've really calmed down. They've already said, yeah, we might have to have this discussion with LeBron in the GOAT case and stuff like that. Where before they was like, hell no, we'll never do that, right? But now, yeah, we can have this conversation. It's kind of weird to me how they switched up like that, right? So, but sometimes you hear them speak what they really believe. And what I think is going on with this show is they brought Paul Pierce on the show for the purpose only to talk about LeBron. And that's why he did it on his first show. They're advertising, this is what you go get from Paul Pierce. And, we're trying to see how that's going to work. And he's probably going to end up being a regular on there. And he's going to have to take that stance against LeBron almost every single time, right? Because that's what they need on that show to make it some fireworks. And probably more people watched it today, and more people are going to watch it next time Paul is on there than they have been getting since Shannon left, right? So I say that part first, right? The second part is what he's saying is true. When you look at the way the players play, the role players, even AD, but the way they play, when LeBron is on the floor, is the first thing is LeBron's going to get his numbers and his shots, and that's fine. He's somewhat of the best player on the league, on the team, right? Some would say AD, but I mean, we'll just give it to LeBron because he's the guy, right? He's the guy that's historically great, versus AD being a great player now, but not historically great, right? So he's the greatest player on the team. So of course he's going to get the attention, spotlight. He's going to be marketed. He's going to get the shots. He'll get the plays called for him, and players don't want to step on his toes. So the way LeBron wants to play to get his 27, 7, and 7 is how he's going to play. You're not going to bring in a different offense that's going to make LeBron's numbers go down to 23, 5, and 5. 27, 7, and 7 is something LeBron has to average. He wants to average that. He wants to average someone near that. Other than that, he's not going to be happy. So, and the players know that, and they sense that. Even the coaches know that. And that's why Paul Pierce was saying when LeBron is out, the players play with more freedom. The players play more loose. The players get more offense run for them. Everything looks more fluid. And sometimes they're able to beat teams that are probably better than them, or especially record-wise better than them. They're able, like the Celtics and the Bucks, they're able to beat those guys while LeBron's not there. Right? So I think that's really interesting. So, yeah, somebody said stat pattern. I mean, you can call it that, but when you say that word stat pattern, people start thinking other things. But yeah, when you're locked into a style of play that helps you get your numbers, but it slows the team down, then you're a stat pattern. I mean, that's what it is. You're playing a certain way that's not really conducive for winning, and it's more conducive for your stats. Right. And when LeBron or Luka or anybody who plays that style, or Westbrook or Harden did it, when you play that way and you're able to get your numbers, but you're not getting wins consistently, you're not playing the best ball you can play, I think that's a red flag. I think coaches should be able to see that and be like, nah, we're not doing this. And I think the media should be able to see that and not celebrate their numbers. Like right now with Luka, people are celebrating his numbers, but the number that really matters the most is the fact that he's in the play-in right now as a play-in team, and he's supposed to be a top 3 player in the league with someone like Kyrie on his squad as a co-star, and you're a daggone play-in team where you should be somewhere in the 4th seed. Like I'm looking at Orlando, and Banchero is leading them in their 4th or 5th seed. Brunson 4th seed in the East, right? You know, so if they can do it, I know Luka can do it, right? Kyrie Irving probably could do it. Like Kyrie Irving can probably win these amount of games that Dallas have won by himself, right? So yeah, I think it was real interesting that Paul Pierce said all this stuff. I think it was true. I think it was spot on, man. I'm glad he said it. But I think it's something that everybody should start talking about, man. Like, we can see that. Like, I'm not impressed by the numbers. Yeah, you got the numbers, but look at your team wins and look at the results of it. It's not leading to winning. What's the point of you getting those numbers if y'all not gonna win? Figure out another way to do this, right? And if you're not trying to figure out another way to do this, then that's telling me it's really all about your numbers. You know, well, it might not be really all about your numbers, but your numbers are part of the equation that you want to achieve. You might want to win. I believe LeBron wants to win as well, but he wants to win. He wants his cake and eat it too. He wants to win and he wants to get his numbers. Where a person who really just wanted to win would play in a system. It don't matter, you know. And if you're the best player, yeah, I'm fine with the best player getting his shots. Yeah, you get your 25 shots, LeBron. But why do we have to be playing a system where the paint is wide open? Because you need to paint wide open so you can drive. You get what I'm saying? Why we got to be in that system? Why we got to be in a system where you are playing point forward that often? If you want all the shots, give somebody else the ball and let them facilitate. The fact that these players want to, get a best player, or these teams want to get a best player the ball and have him facilitate and take the most shots, I think it's counterproductive. And I haven't seen a lot of people win that way. I'm facilitating and I'm taking the most shots. Like when you look at Dallas, I used to think Jokic played that way, but when you start looking closer, they're running an actual sophisticated offense with a lot of ball movement and player movement and a lot of screens on and off the ball, right? And Jokic does, facilitate a lot, but Jokic don't always force 25 to 30 shots every game because he got a killer at point guard and Jamal Murray, who can put up 25, 30 shots a game and turn that into 35 or 40 points. Right. So it's okay to have that song, that nice little dance, where you in sync with your co-star. Right. If LeBron's going to facilitate and have the ball, I expect AD to be getting the 30 shots a game, 25 shots a game. Right. But if LeBron wants to be off the ball and take shots, if he got the mismatch that night, then I expect D'Lo to be facilitating. But LeBron plays his way, his style almost every single time, and then everybody else just have to fit in with how LeBron wants to play, right? And I think that's unfortunate for the Lakers and unfortunate for the Dallas Mavs, because those are the two guys that's really playing that style, man. So that's all I wanted to say about that. I will open the phone lines up. I couldn't get all those comments, but I'll open the phone lines up. I want to hear what y'all think about it. Y'all call in and let me know what y'all think about it. I could be wrong. Like maybe I'm a little bit off with it. Yes, I could be wrong on that. And they don't have bad role players, man. Reeves and Russell are good ball players. And definitely AD is his co-star is a good ball player. Ruri is a good ball player, right? They got, they low key loaded, right? They're not top heavy with 3 superstars like most of his teams would have, like his Cavs and his Miami team. They're not top heavy, but if you really look at that roster, man, hey, they loaded. They got some guys who, like, I think Russell made an all-star before. D'Lo made an all-star before. And I think Reeves has all-star potential. And we know AD is a superstar. LeBron's a superstar. He passed his prime as a superstar, right? And then we can go. I mean, we can go down the line. Who else they got? Rui. I thought he had all-star potential, but he's not tapping into it for something. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, he not. I mean, he got it all, man. He can shoot. He can defend. He can rebound. He's, he got a good basketball body. He can put the ball on the floor. He can post. Like Rui is that dude. All right, we got T Ray on the line. What's up, big dog?
What's up, brother?
I'm good,
What's
man.
up, brother? Man, you cooking. You getting it going, man. Pierce is much needed, man, and he came in exactly how I thought he would, because Pierce is speaking on perspective of, and I know what he thinking. He never had this type of leeway when he was a superstar to be able to pretty much pick and choose your players, your coaches, and then have the talent top to bottom that this dude has had, even with his time with the Lakers. Because like you said, looking at the roster now, they loaded, man. When you talk about role players and guys that can do multiple things, they got one of the best rosters in the league. And if you remember coming into the season, what was they saying? Oh, this team is on paper, they should be a repeat for Western Conference Finals, maybe Finals.
Yeah.
You get all these high expectations.
Yeah.
But then once the season goes on, and they go back to this hero ball with this ball stopper that's constantly destroying the floor of the offense, and then it's one thing too. Before I go there, you doing that offensively, but defensively, you're such a liability to where teams can pick you apart because they know you're gonna get caught ball watching and you're not gonna hustle.
Yeah.
So you're doing one thing one end, defensively you're doing something else. When you playing good teams, like you're playing the Denvers, you're playing the Clippers had them for a spell for a long time because of this very reason. Because they know how to play him. They know that he's lazy defensively, and they know that you can just tire him out because he's so fixed on getting his numbers.
Yeah.
That he gonna do what he got to do to get his numbers, and he's gonna offset where it's times in the offense where you should be getting Rui the ball, you should be getting D'Lo his shots, you should be getting Reeves situated to where he can go to the hole and draw fouls or get a shot. He don't do that because he's trying to get his numbers. That's what Pierce is talking about.
The issue with
Go ahead.
The issue with LeBron and him continuing to play is that,
what's up?
My belief is that he's already sat down years ago and mapped out, what he need as far as stats and numbers once he retire to be the GOAT, right? Like I think he sat there, like him and his agent Rich Paul and whoever else is on this team. I think they've sat down and was like, look, man, I think they did this 6 years ago. Hey, look, man, you got a chance at Kareem if you average X, Y, and Z for this many more years, right? And I think he knows that, right? So him doing something different that's going to take his averages down, I think that'll take him off of his goal, and he really don't want to retire and have his overall. You know how Vince Carter kept playing, and then he was playing on the bench and all that stuff. When it's all said and done, and you retire, and people go to Google and Google your career numbers, your average is going to go down because you played so many years averaging less points. It's going to bring your average down, right? It might bring it down 1 point, 2 points, but he don't want his average to drop at all. You get what I'm saying? He can't afford for it to.
Exactly, because in his mind, like you said, he's so numbers driven. He feels like if I can do this for this long, I can surpass Kareem and Karl Malone, who put up these numbers this long, and I did it my way, and I never slowed down. See, so it's all that's pressure that he put on himself because he was never going to pass Kobe and Mike
as
when
players.
It comes to
rings or as players.
Right,
as players or as rings.
Yeah.
But he's got the record and he's got 40K. He got what he wanted, and people are on that GOAT talk for sure. But now it's all about how much more can I score so this record stands forever, and how can I keep my averages the same without it dropping.
Well, what he didn't account for. He didn't account for people not receiving it. Like they don't, because overall we don't care. People don't care about these numbers. They don't. And Luka is on pace to shatter everything he doing.
Luka won't be able to do it.
Luka is on.
He's not in the type. He's on pace, but he's not in the type of shape. He's not in the type of shape to play 21, 22, 23 years.
Well, with the way the rules is, he is. So
yeah, but he don't want
if you
to.
think about it like that.
He don't want
I
to.
don't think he want to.
Yeah.
And also, I think they'll cut the number of games in the league before they allow another player to come in and just right away obliterate these stats. I've been saying this for years because I knew what he was on. Like you said, I think it was a little longer than that. I think it was about 7. After KD had swept him a couple times, he knew I ain't the GOAT. I ain't gonna be the GOAT. Ain't no way of me even playing the game, but I'm gonna be the GOAT in my way. I'm gonna do it statistically.
Yeah.
So then you saw the narrative, his Clutch Sports minions putting that narrative out here in the media. You saw that right then.
Yeah.
So that's what it was. And you hit that. That was a key point right there. But overall, we don't care about these numbers because you know what? Everybody getting numbers today.
Yeah, that's fact.
It's not a big deal.
That's fact.
It's nothing. You know, so yeah, that's where I'm at, bro. And I just wanted to check in with you, man. But I'm glad Pierce is there, and I'm interested to see how long they're gonna be able to avoid the elephant in the room with this EPO talk.
Sheesh, they go keep avoiding it. I mean, if Skips can't say nothing about it, you know what's going on with at the top,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
If Skip can't say nothing about it, it's been talked about. Like, you better not say nothing about this at all. You know what I mean? So
man, it's burning him. It's burning him every day not to say it. He want to retire almost so that he can come out and make at least tweet about it. I know him.
He ain't even saying. He ain't even. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he ain't gonna do it. If his boss is telling him not to do it, he ain't gonna do it. He that type of dude. But.
Well, no, he ain't gonna do it while he under a contract. But let's say something happened, and so he got a little leverage, low key with ESPN. They get rid of that show. Guess what? I'm gonna get out here and I'm gonna do my thing. He'll go interview Victor Conte. He'll go interview Chael Sonnen.
Yeah, he'll go full Whitlock on him.
Doing that.
Yeah, he'll go full Whitlock.
He'll go full Whitlock.
Yeah.
He'll how about this? He'll sit down with Whitlock and then they'll do some things together.
They might.
So this right here is opening up Pandora's box, and they don't even understand it. You can't stop everybody from talking.
Facts.
You can't.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, I'm just interested to see how it go though, man. And yeah, I'll let you get some other callers in, man, and I'll fall back and listen to the show. But yeah, right, man, I'm glad to see Pierce out there, bro.
I appreciate it, man.
All right, man, take it easy, bro.
All right. So, Wizman Ballin, $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Gilbert hated the fact that Vince took a spot from a young player, but he praises LeBron for how long he is playing. Hypocritical. I mean, he got an alliance with LeBron, man. Like, you know, it is what it is, man. You just got to realize that some people are compromised, and some people, you know what I mean, they can't say exactly what they really want to say and what you know what's it really in their heart. Another super chat from John Wayne. 20 years ago, Kobe was killing the league, averaging 35 and carrying Sasha, Kwame, Shannon, and Smush. But the media said he wasn't winning. Now all we hear about is LeBron stats. Facts. That's very very interesting. Caller from South Carolina. Make sure your background is quiet. Wait real quick. I wanted to say one thing. Yeah. What's up?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? This is Aaron, man, from South Carolina.
What's up, big guy?
Yeah, man. Not much, bro. Hey, first of all, enjoy the show. What I want to say though, I don't like that Paul Pierce is going to save the day, but but what he said, I know a lot of people deem it as hate, but deep down inside, they see that. Like, there's no way you can deny everything that Paul Pierce said about LeBron and the Lakers is true. When I've seen a stat, the Lakers are 5-4 without him in the lineup. They're 1-3 without Anthony Davis in the lineup, and they're 0-5 without D'Angelo Russell in the lineup. So when you look at that, you have to sit back and ask yourself, man, I'm a LeBron fan, but it do seem like we play better when either he's out of the lineup or he's taking that break on the bench and we're out there and we're moving the ball and we're playing free. Like, you can't deny that. And the fact that they brought somebody like Paul Pierce on there, what's his name? Keyshawn Johnson was stuck because
Yeah.
you're talking to a top 75 player now. You're talking to somebody who won NBA ring. You're talking to a multi all-star player, a guy who played at the highest level. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Big shots, led his team. So now, when you're talking to somebody that's in that's been in that fire, that done played that sport at the highest level and been the best, or at least one of the best, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Keyshawn Johnson couldn't even rebut. He looked stumped.
Yeah, he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready for it. So back to what he said though, because his whole point is, why? I mean, they're in the 10th seed, the Warriors in the 9th seed. Why are we even talking about it, right? So, what's your thoughts on why they keep rolling the Lakers out on every topic, every morning on every show, and why they keep putting them on TV, all of this stuff, man? Why? I mean, what's the whole point of all that?
Mel, it's going to get views. It's going to get views. You're going to get views. Everybody except for us who are, you know what I'm saying, who are not just followers of players, but in this era and what the product Adam Silver and them put out and what it created for us in the fan base, they outnumber us.
Yeah.
So it's going to get views. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the Lakers, LeBron, that's all they want to hear.
So what does it? So what does that mean for the play-in? Because right now you got the Mavs at 7, the Suns at 8, the Warriors at 9, and the Lakers at 10. So those are the 4 play-in teams. If you're the Suns, how do you do you feel? Do you look around and say, shoot, the NBA wants to market the Warriors and Steph, LeBron and Lakers, and Luka and the Mavs? If you're the Suns, you looking like, man, we the odd man out. If I mess around and get in this play-in with these teams, there's no way I'm getting out of it.
Well, yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's what the Suns that's probably what they're saying, but they have nobody. You have nobody to blame but yourself. I mean, KD, Booker, Bill. They put the team together. The Suns fired Monty Williams, which I thought was a bad idea.
Yeah.
But they fired Monty Williams. They go top heavy with the superstars, and the start of the season, you can't get 3 of them to be on the court at the same time. So now you don't put yourself in this position. So if I'm the Suns, if I'm KD, if I'm Booker, if I'm Bill, I'm the leaders of this squad. We looking at each other and all we saying is, look, we're going to be in the play-in. We're going to play one of these teams. We need to play like there's no tomorrow. That's what it's going to come down to.
You're right. It's all on KD and Booker. That is different, but you got to put some of that blame on KD and Booker. But what I'm really disappointed in is Frank Vogel. I'm way disappointed in him. His what he doing with his rotation and how he's playing Bobo. At first he wasn't playing Bobo at all, and I'm sitting here watching 3 other players with his same skill set and body type, and Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama, and one more guy I can't remember, but it's 2 guys at least with his skill set and size. There was Porzingis, those 3 guys: Porzingis, Chet Holmgren, and Wembanyama. These are guys who can stretch the floor as a 3-point shooter, and they can post up, and they're a rim protector, shot block at the rim, right? So Chet Holmgren, Victor, and Porzingis, if you look at their blocks, they're getting multiple blocks a game. This dude wouldn't even play Bobo, and he had this weapon on his bench. Then you get to the All-Star break, you finally start playing him, but you're playing him as a small forward or a power forward that plays on the wing, and you got Eubanks in the game with him, and you would rather Eubanks protect the rim and have Bobo closing out on 3-point shooters. You got 7'7", and you're not using it as a rim protector. I just don't understand that.
And you know what? It's that, and I don't know what's going on, but if you and I can see that now, why can't the superstars go to the coach and say, "Hey, look, we need this dude rim protector for us"?
But because you got the type of superstars that are too coachable. Like Kevin Durant is too coachable. He wants the coach to do what they do. He might say something, because I remember when he was in Brooklyn, and it leaked out from Chris Haynes that he told Steve Nash that we need to practice more, because teams don't practice no more. And he went to Steve Nash and said, hey, look, we need to be practicing and doing more. We need to be working on this defense. They wasn't doing that in Brooklyn, right? So that's one time he did say something. But like when he's under a coach, he just want to be coach, and he'll take the direction of the coach. He's too coachable. And that's why he left OKC. Instead of him making a fuss about how they was running the offense and letting Westbrook do what he was doing, and Westbrook get more shots than him, instead of him making a fuss about that and changing it, he just left.
Yeah. And the one thing too about KD, I like KD, but there are times in the games where I understand KD can hit any shot from anywhere on that court, but there's certain times in the game where you got to slow it down and you got to run offense instead of rushing shots. KD sometimes goes to the home run swing instead of shifting away, getting back into the game.
Well, they don't have an offense in Phoenix though. You got three mid-range shooters, and you got some 3-point shooters, and you get what I'm saying? Like, no one's trying to get to the rim consistently on a consistent basis. You got to be able to try to get at the rim. And if I got 7'7", I'm gonna post him up at least a little bit. You see how easy it is when Bobo get offensive rebounds, how easy it is for him to put it back.
Yeah. Yep. And that's on Frank Vogel. That's why you look at Frank Vogel, you're like, okay, he got that ring, but can he coach?
Oh, okay. Well, Wiz, man, I didn't know that. Somebody said KD did make a fuss about it to Sam Presti. I didn't know that, but
okay.
He should have made a fuss about them letting Harden walk for nothing. He should have made a fuss about them letting Jeff Green walk for nothing. Right? They should have made a fuss about them denying that trade, because Danny Ainge was trying to get rid of Rondo. They wasn't getting along, and it was supposed to be a Rondo for Westbrook head up trade. If they would have made that trade and they had Rondo, KD, Harden, and Jeff Green, oh man, that would have been crazy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you this, Mel.
Yeah.
And I know we kind of going off topic, but is it me, or should Brooklyn have stayed with that team, the bubble, that team that went in the bubble, and KD was out? I think KD was hurt. I felt like that team was perfect for when KD came back the next season. Brooklyn would have been nice, man. They had Jared Allen, Clarence LeVert.
Oh, you mean before the James Harden trade?
Yeah.
That was a good team. That was a good team, man. But
D'Angelo Russell on that team?
No. They D'Angelo Russell got traded for KD.
Okay.
Yeah, KD did a signing instead of him just walking. That's another way Kevin Durant helped the Warriors on his way out. This is something that Bob Myers went to him and was like, "Look,
that's right.
Yeah, you're walking away from us with nothing. Can you at least help us out a little bit?" And he was like, "All right, I agree to a signing trade so y'all can get D'Lo." This is the reason why this is KD being too nice again. I wouldn't have done that, because I would rather tell my team, trade D'Lo and get an asset that we can use.
Yeah.
Like I'm coming to you anyway. Me and Kyrie are coming to you to sign. If you want to clear cap space by getting rid of D'Lo, trade him and bring me something back that we can use, instead of doing a sign and trade with the Warriors and letting them get D'Lo back, and then they end up trading D'Lo for Wiggins. And Wiggins and Bill, not Wiggins and Bill, but Wiggins and Jordan Poole helped them get that championship.
Yeah.
KD should have never done that.
Yeah, you're right.
But all right, man. Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and move. Go ahead.
One last thing. The Lakers. Back to the Lakers.
Yeah.
You speaking about players being nice. If I'm AD, I'm demanding to go to that 4, and I'm demanding the Lakers to bring in a 5. AD got every right to go to the front office and say, "Hey, look, I need to play the 4, and I need y'all to bring in bring in a 5 because that's how AD's going to. AD's already effective, but I think you will get the max out of AD when you put him at that 4 position. And I'm done.
All right, brother. Thanks for the call. Yeah. So last thing I say, I take one more phone call before I move. But the last thing I say about the Paul Pierce piece, I really feel bad for any team that's got to play the Warriors and the Lakers in the play-in, because there's absolutely no way, no way that the NBA are going to let the Warriors, the Mavs, or the Lakers not be in the playoffs. It's just too much money involved with the Lakers and the Warriors right now. You know, the Mavs is a little different story. They're marketing Luka, so it'll be a waste for them not to be able to have Luka in the playoffs. Plus, this is going to help them get that Slovenia audience, that overseas, that European audience. Not having him in the playoffs is going to mean it's a whole demographic of people in Europe that won't be watching your playoffs, right? So that's not going to happen. The Mavs are not going to miss the playoffs. If the Mavs are in the play-in, whoever they're playing, bet on the Mavs, right? Or if they actually do lose, then bet on them the next game, because they're not going to allow them to miss the playoffs. What I think is really going to happen, because right now it's Mavs, Suns, Lakers, Warriors, or Warriors, Lakers, one of them. But I think that the Mavs are going to end up with that number 6 seed, and I think New Orleans is going to drop down to that 7th seed, because it'll be easier to have New Orleans and Phoenix miss out on the playoffs so they can get the Warriors, Lakers, and the Mavs, right? And the NBA kind of foreshadows this. The when they sit down and they make the schedule and they do their TV deals and all this stuff, and they agree to put these teams on TV so many times a year on so many big marquee nights, that's them telling us who they want to market. These are the people we want you to see, and these are the teams we want you to see. So why the heck would they do that for those teams and then say, all right, y'all ain't gonna see them in the playoffs though? Because they already know these are the teams and these are the markets that bring in the most revenue, the most money, the most audience. And these are the people we're targeting. And these are the people we want to market. These are the people that are carrying our league. There's no way they're going to have someone carrying their league not make the playoffs. They haven't been on Kevin Durant's side since he left to go to Golden State. It was a miracle that they won so much in Golden State. They just played really good basketball, and they had the best player in the league and probably the 3rd best player in the league on the same squad. You couldn't cheat this team. You couldn't cheat the Warriors. But ever since he left Golden State, KD's been on his own without any help. The NBA is not marketing him. He's not a marquee player. He's just there. He's just a merchant by himself doing this the hard way against the grain. He has no help. No wind is blowing behind his sail. So he's playing with no help, no star power, no league power. You can defend him however you want to. You can knock him down. You can push him. Like, he has to play against all of that stuff. In the playoffs, yes, he has to play against all that. Figure it out, Kevin Durant. You're a great player. You score against all of that. We're not helping you because we don't care if you get put out or not. These dudes got swept by Boston. And I knew it was going to happen. I was like, there's no way Kyrie Irving is going to come back in the middle of the season after he just had a war with Brooklyn and the NBA over a vax and over a shot. And then the NBA is going to allow him to just walk into the playoffs, beat the Celtics, and then make a run at a title. The NBA is not that type of business where you can just do whatever you want. Yeah, you can't go into the bubble and tell everybody the NBA trying to make money off of us, but no, let's go fight for George Floyd and let's go start our own league. You can't be the guy to say, let's start our own league. You're basically telling the NBA, I'm trying to kill you, or I'm trying to unalive you, right? And then I'm trying to start something new with my brothers and sisters. So we're enemies. You can't tell a person that and then expect them to be like, all right, man, it's all good now. Kyrie Irving he missed the top 75. They said, no, you're not going to be a top 75 player. We'll put Westbrook and Dame Lillard in there and Reggie Miller, but not you, right? And the team you play for, y'all go catch hell all the time. The referees never go to be on your side. All right, caller from Georgia, what's up?
What's going on, man? This unpopular truth.
What's up, big dog?
Hey, man. I had to get in on this. I'm glad that nobody ain't called.
What's good? What's good? What's your thoughts?
But Paul Pierce might not be back up there after what he said today or the other day. I know you've been preaching. I've been preaching this for a minute to everybody. He is holding the Lakers back, and it shows every time that he doesn't play. When he doesn't play, everybody gets they shot, and they look like a team that got some spunk about themselves, like they excited. When he play, he holds the ball too long. This is just simple basketball, and I don't even know why even people that's his fans, how they don't see what's going on. They just want to go along with anything that he's doing. He holding the ball so long that the other teammates can't get in rhythm. But it's been obvious the whole time. And I just don't get it. But they always say he got great IQ.
I mean,
but great IQ.
I think he does. I will get. I mean, the reason why I think he does is because so many people that that I think wouldn't lie has been saying it. Like, it's coaches, it's Doc Rivers, it's Paul Pierce, it's Kevin Garnett, it's Rondo. All of these people are saying it. So I'm not going to deny this dude has a high IQ, but this is the thing. You're a professional basketball player. You would have to be someone who is not serious about the craft, not serious about your profession or your game to not have a high basketball IQ, or you would have to be someone who just don't have a high IQ, period, right? In order for you to have a profession that you play 21 years in and not be a savant at what you do. Like, I did 21 years military. I'm a professional at what I did in the military. I'm a professional. So I could sit here and talk about my profession, and I'm going to sound like one of the smartest guys in the room, especially to someone who didn't choose it as a profession. You know what I'm saying? And I get on that a little bit later when we start talking about this podcast. But yeah, I think he has a high IQ. I think what his issue is with this team is what I said earlier. I think the way he plays, the way LeBron needs to play to get his points, puts everyone else in the phone booth. And he has the utmost freedom. But you're not supposed to put your role players in the phone booth. You're supposed to put your best player in the phone booth and run offense so your role players can be free. Like, my best player is supposed to be the one that I put in the phone booth and limit. And then every now and then, if we need him to go off the handle or get out of the phone booth and take his Clark Kent suit off and be Superman, then we'll let you do that. But for the most part, your best player, like, let me explain it this way, and then I'll let you talk. I was watching a 98 Bulls game today. I actually watched 3 98 Bulls games today. And I noticed that the way they do their offense is opposite the way we see them doing it now in the league. And the reason why I'm saying it is you would have Pippen, Ron Harper, or Kukoc bring the ball up, initiate the offense, and they would have about 2 or 3 passes, and all 3 of those passes had a possibility that they could score off of. So the ball might go to from Ron Harper to Pippen to Rodman to Luke Longley, and they might score off of that without Jordan even getting it. Jordan is off the ball, right? But once they move that ball 2 times, 3 times, they shift the defense and they don't get a shot off of it. By the time it shifts back to the other side, that's when Jordan gets it in the post, in the low post, mid post, or on the wing. And then he gets into a 2 to 3 dribble pull up, or a 2 to 3 at the rim, or in the post, 1 dribble turnaround. He only has it for about 2 or 3 seconds and make his move to a score. So he was such a master scorer. He would say, I'm going to let the offense go through the motions to see if they can get a shot. And then late in the shot clock, it comes to me. Since I'm the best player and I'm the best scorer, I only need 2 or 3 seconds to get my shot. Where it's opposite for how they're doing it now with Luka, Harden, or LeBron, where they come down with the ball and every action that they do is for them to get a shot or drive at the rim. So they spread the floor for them. They bring a man up for a high screen and roll. Coming off the high screen and roll, he either go get to the rim, or if they switch or double, he make the pass, and then the person he passed it to, they the one who's stuck with 2 seconds to make a play. So you're giving it to you're starting it out with your best player, and then you're asking your role players and your lesser players to be the one to get the hot potato with the shot clock going down, and you better make the shot and you better shoot it so I can get the assist. It's totally backwards the way they do it. But go ahead, what's your thoughts on that?
I can see that, but at the same time, the reason I say that he don't have a good IQ, because we see what's going on the court. We see that his teammates need the ball more. Only thing he got to do is dial down. We trying to get him to win. That's what. It ain't even me. It ain't even no Lakers fan. But me as a player on his team or anything like that, we trying to get a win. If you dial down a little bit just to play some good D, a couple possessions, that's gonna help us out more than you shoot going for 40. Because guess what? It's showing the rest of the team, oh, he gonna hustle. He gonna get out there with us and really want it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that gonna show the team that you're a leader and you're gonna take in the leadership of hustling and getting to the ball, getting rebounds, getting it out, getting us some shots early. And then, like you say, be the superstar. If you want to be the superstar, save us at the end if we need you. But we know you old. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Old.
But that don't mean his IQ low. It just means that his offense is limited to a certain style of play. It don't mean his IQ, like he knows all the stuff. He got the IQ, right? You know, it's just different. He's like a quarterback. Like I can make all the passes, but I got to pass to someone to make the play. I got to pass to a good receiver or a good tight end or a good running back. And that's what he did. Give me all the pieces around me. I can pass to those guys. All I'm doing is trying to get to the rim for a layup or a dunk or a step back three. And then everything else is, give me the pieces. I make the pass. He's the quarterback that's saying, I find the guy who need the ball, and he has everything over here. Like the quarterback knows the whole playbook better than everybody else. I can tell you where you need to go. If we call this play and you forget it, hey man, you need to be there. That's the quarterback. The quarterback has a high IQ. He knows the playbook, but he might not have the skill set to do everything that the receiver and the running back does. So he got to figure out a way to get them the ball. So yeah, I think his IQ is high. I really do. I don't knock LeBron at all. I think LeBron is a great player, man. Top 10 easy. Right? Possibly if depending on if you weigh heavy on the resume, he could be top 5. You know what I mean? So I think he's a great player. I think his IQ is the real deal. I just don't think it's anything different from any other great player. I think it's just as good as Bird's or Kobe's. I think Kobe's IQ is off the charts. I don't think LeBron's nowhere close to Kobe's, but I think as far as the other guys, yeah, he's up there. He's one of those guys. I mean, and so is Rondo. I mean, it's not nothing unique to LeBron.
I think Rondo. I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna give you these 3 people: Rondo, Westbrook, and LeBron. Right?
Yeah.
If I'm saying somebody got a high IQ, I say Rondo.
Yeah, for sure.
Westbrook is a stat pattern. And LeBron is a stat pattern.
I agree.
They don't, and when it comes to you saying, now if you saying is IQ, they have a good IQ just to get their numbers and don't worry about nothing else, then yeah. But IQ to win, like knowing what you need to do to win, they don't. That's where I think their IQ stops it. But
yeah,
I may be.
you could be right. You could be right. You could be. So if you had to give it a range for LeBron, depending low IQ, mid, or high, which one is it?
I'm gonna give it a mid.
Okay, I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, I give it a mid because it's just the thing where you got to see, and I know you watch the games. You know what I'm saying? I know you watch the games, and you'll see plays that he done did that he could have made better plays at. And they always try to say that he making the right play, but the right play is having the ball in the best player hand going to score. But he really don't confident in himself to do that. So they make that excuse for him to say he made the right play instead of him really going out there and try to really score. So his IQ is all over the place to me when they saying that. So that's what always killed me with it. But
yeah. That's fair. That's fair. All right, man. Let me move to this next topic, man. I appreciate the call though.
All right, bro. Appreciate it.
Yep. All right. Yeah, I mean, Paul Pierce was on point with that, man. But we can move on. So Stephen A. Smith was talking about it, and okay, I'll take this one last phone call. Caller from North Carolina, cut YouTube off in the background so I can't hear the echo. What's your name?
My name is Jamal.
What's up, Jamal?
I called them last week.
Yeah, you sure did call last week, man. There was some people in the comment section that said you was cooking, man. What's up?
You talking about what Paul Pierce said about LeBron, right?
Yeah. We can stay on that for about one more minute.
Yeah. Well, I agree with him. When it comes to LeBron James because I done played with players that done played in that style. Like my best friend, his older brother, he was a state champion in basketball, and he used to take us when he used to play with guys overseas. And you could feel how some of those LeBron players feel because you're not touching the ball. When you're not touching the ball like that, and you getting the ball third quarter, fourth quarter, and you getting 1 or 2 shots, you can't perform like that. So I think that would hinder LeBron the most because these players, they run back, they run up the court, they run down the court, they don't see the ball, they run back up the court, they don't see the ball, and eventually you get irritated because you're like, bro, when you going to pass me the ball? Like, I'm open, I'm ready for the shot. To where your mood is all thrown off because you're not getting the ball to where you start missing once you get the ball.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can't shoot.
And it's giving the role players a bigger burden than what you're giving your best player. Like I said, like you're telling your role players that you're not going to touch the ball. You can't if you can't facilitate, especially for point guards who are born to facilitate. Like Rondo, when he played with the Lakers, he wasn't the point guard that had the ball in his hand as much as he did with Boston. He had to play off the ball a lot if he wanted to be on the floor with LeBron. You get what I'm saying? So you tell pure point guards they can't facilitate. You tell pure post players they can't post up, and you tell shooters you just stand in the corner and wait for the pass. You know, and you expect them to be hot because if we rotate off that shooter and you're missing, that's the whole game plan because now LeBron's got to make that pass because the double's coming to stop him from getting to the rim. He's not going to stop in the mid-range and stop and pop. He's trying to get all the way to the rim or make the pass. So you have to make it in order for the offense to flow. That's very tough, man.
Exactly. And when you're not seeing the ball, like I try to tell some people, you know what I'm saying? You got shooters, but every shooter not the same. Some guys you could give the ball to and you could pass the ball and they always ready. And there's some shooters where you got to let them get 3-4 shots so they could get the feel of the ball. So I think when that don't happen, it's just, you know, it's a disaster because these players, it's not like LeBron looks at these players and say, hey, what you do great, let me maximize what you do great. It's basically like, oh, okay, well, you can shoot. Well, let me throw you out here and everybody just stand around. And like I tell people, it's almost like you play 2K. When you play in 2K, and don't matter your position, you get the ball, you go up the court. If they don't make a play with it, you press X again, and you get the ball right back. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you're saying because I ain't played 2K in years.
Yeah. Well, it's like the My Player, you know, the My Player. And
okay. Yeah. When you playing online,
you know, but yeah, when you play, you can play online or just playing the game. But sometimes you'll make a shooting guard or a power forward or a small forward, and you press X, you can have the ball in your hand at all times. Now you can press X to pass, but if they don't make a play, you can press X again, and the computer will pass you back the ball, right back the ball, just how LeBron do players. Like if you ain't throwing that ball up, get that ball back to me.
Right, because that whole offense is initiated by his driving kick.
Yeah, but it's trust. I think it's all built on trust. You know, I think he don't really trust the shooters, but he has to use the shooters, but he don't trust his players as he should, because if he was to take a step back and let some other people rebound, playmate sometimes, I feel like LeBron will have more championships if he was to do something like that. Like, he never got past that because I feel like every coach that tried to get him to do that, he got him up out of there or he left the team. You know
of course. But he don't have that skill set to play anything different from that though. Like he he's developed a little bit more now, but remember he had a lot of Giannis in his game years ago. You know, so
I agree.
He had
and that's why I
developed,
compare him to the most.
But he's like years ahead of Giannis now though. Like Giannis, you can still leave Giannis wide open. You know what I mean? But you know,
yeah. Like you said, look, Giannis is basically like LeBron in his earlier career, where you just like, I'll trust him to miss. But you know, you got to give LeBron credit because he done, you know, after seeing all that, he done got better from the three and mid range. Done got better.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
He just don't got that. You know, he just don't got that bag. Like you said, he's limited.
It's not elite. Limited. It's not elite. He's proficient, but not elite at it. Not elite.
Right, exactly. And that's, you know, and that's like I said, that's all due off of size, you know.
Yeah.
LeBron ain't 6'9" and 260, you know, it'd be a little different, but I think that's the biggest thing. He just don't, I feel like you gotta allow these players to do what they do. You know what I'm saying? You got
it's too late now though. Look, Jamal, it's too late now. He in year 21. He not about to change up.
Oh no, man!
Yeah, he telling the Lakers. He telling the Lakers and Darvin Ham right now. This how I've been doing it. This how we go do it, big dog. You know,
right? And then on top of that, he like, oh well, this is how I won championships with this style too.
Exactly.
So you know,
exactly.
They don't really got a leg to stand on.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. But thanks for the call, man. I'm gonna move on.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, he's right. Roland Curtis, thanks for the super chat. Does LeBron James have a high IQ in the clutch, or does LeBron's IQ decrease in the clutch? Does LeBron James know when to pass or shoot in the clutch? I think his IQ is high in every situation, man, because don't nobody else. I mean, he's the elder statesman in the league, man. As far as 21, no, there's nobody else with 21 years in the league right now. He's been there the longest. He's seen everything you can see, and for the most part, the way he plays is the way the NBA plays. Period was kind of created by him. Like, you know, because the tail end of MJ and then Kobe, you know, when Kobe was coming up, you still had post players: Chris Webber, Karl Malone, Rasheed Wallace, Shaq, Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett. You know, Dirk was in the post. Rick Smith was in the post. You still had dominant big men and centers, and you still was playing in that post. You know, toward the end of Kobe, as that started kind of dying out, and then LeBron's style of play started becoming more prevalent in the NBA, where we was doing 5-man out. You know, because remember when LeBron came in, he had 7'3" Ilgauskas. But Ilgauskas was a European big, and what are Europeans known for? That they could shoot. So getting Ilgauskas and moving him out of the paint, and then opening up that paint, and him giving LeBron the ball, giving your best player the ball, no matter what position he plays, and running the high screen and roll at the top of the key with 5 shooters at the 3-point line. LeBron started making that really popular. And he put a really good Detroit Pistons team, even though they didn't have Ben Wallace anymore. He put a really good Detroit Pistons team out of the playoffs when he had no business beating their team that good, but he just went Super Saiyan mode. And Detroit didn't have they didn't have a clue how to stop that, because once you put LeBron at the top of the key and spread the floor, and there's no big man in the paint, nobody that'll block the shot. That was the first time someone, you know, was having to deal with that like that. And they tried Billups on him, who's a good defender but undersized. Rip, too small. Tayshaun Prince, too thin. They had McDyess on the one time, too slow. I mean, they tried everybody. They didn't have the player that could deal with what LeBron was doing with having everybody at the 3-point line. That means there's nothing in the paint, and you got to stop him from getting to the rim. They could not figure it out, bro. And so people start saying that, and they start, let's kind of adopt it. And then you get to the point where Westbrook was doing it some years later. 5-man out, high screen and roll with Westbrook. Stopping him from getting to the rim was hell. Harden was doing it. 5-man out, high screen and roll. Then he added the step back 3 to it. With Westbrook and LeBron, that was all about getting to the rim. And if you try to stop them from getting to the rim, they make that pass. That's why their assist numbers were so high. They averaging close to triple-double. Westbrook was averaging triple-doubles, right? So they was doing that. And then Harden was like, I'm going to do that too, but I'm gonna add something else to it. I'm gonna add that step back 3 to it. That's gonna make it even deadlier. And then you get Luka coming in. Now Luka's doing it, right? So that's the new wave in the NBA, and LeBron kind of created that, right? So his IQ, regardless if it's in the beginning of the game or in the clutch time, is all about him finding a screen, finding a mismatch, or using a screen to find a mismatch and try to get to the rim or put pressure on the rim by the dribble drive. And if the help come, he can make the pass to any spot on the floor. And it's only about 4 spots where he need people to be at. Definitely both corners, and definitely one of the probably the weak side wing. Right, that's pretty much what it is. Set the screen. You know, you got to be in 3 different spots when I drive to the hole, and LeBron can make those passes to all those spots with his left or his right hand. That's his whole game. That's the whole game. So yeah, I don't think his IQ drops at all. It's just, you know, if I don't know, I don't think it's his IQ that's lacking. It's just if he plays different in the clutch, maybe the team did something good. I don't know. As far as defensively, but let's move, man. Let's move to Stephen A. Smith. Yesterday when he talked about the podcast, and we're gonna get into the podcast, JJ Redick and LeBron James on the next segment. The podcast is called Mind the Game, right? And this podcast is supposed to be them sitting down and having these two like minds. They both think of themselves as sickos. That's JJ Redick's favorite word for anybody who really loves basketball and who loves it enough to study it and loves it enough to watch old games, current games, high school games, college games. Like, if you really like basketball, this is what he calls a sicko, right? And I guess this is something unique to I guess being a sicko is something new, and now there is not a lot of sickos out there. There's sickos who didn't even make it to college for whatever reason. Like, it's not only professionals that's watching, excessive amount of basketball, right? But he wants to be rewarded and given this special title for it. He wants to be a savant and a sicko. But now they get together for this podcast, and we supposed to be impressed. And Stephen A. Smith said something real interesting. I'm gonna let y'all hear it.
But having said all of that, let me be the first to say, LeBron James was a little bit slick here too. Brilliantly slick, I might add. Because he could have had that conversation on uninterrupted. He could have been talking to Maverick Carter. He could have been talking to Rich Paul. He could have been talking to his crew of boys. But he chose to do this with JJ Redick. Who is JJ Redick? One of the great shooters in the history of the game, who had a 15-year plus career in the NBA, who is now a color commentator, a part of the A-Team with Mike Breen and Doris Burke on ABC and ESPN games, who's also a contributor to my daytime job, First Take, along with other shows, not to mention the fact he's got his own podcast, The Old Man and the Three, which is very popular. So what happens is when you get with somebody like a JJ who knows the game, who's a brilliant basketball mind, but can be a bit truculent or acerbic at times when somebody he believes is ignorant is in his face talking about the game, to have a voice like that serves LeBron in a multitude of ways because it provides him cover from the regular discourse that would serve to criticize or sully his name in any way, because he don't want to do it. He believes that's beneath him. So he got with somebody that'll do it for him. Not to say that's what JJ signed on for, not to say that's what JJ is about. I'm just saying that JJ knows the game, and he is quick to check anybody who thinks they know stuff they don't know about the game of basketball. It's a brilliant move on LeBron James' part. Very slick. And it will work like heaven against everybody except me. It won't work. When you go out on that wing and you jacking up shots you don't need to jack up, or you're hesitant about getting to the free throw line, or you choosing to shoot a fall away jump shot instead of taking it to the hole and being that man amongst boys that you are, JJ ain't gonna be able to help you there, no matter what he says. But it is a brilliant idea, and everybody should want to watch JJ Redick with LeBron James.
So he said that this was a brilliant move by LeBron James because he's using JJ Redick, and he mentioned some things. JJ Redick is on the A team for, I don't know what he called games for, ESPN, ABC, one of those networks. He's calling games. He's up there with Doris Burke and all that stuff. He's rose up the ranks, right? He has a regular spot on ESPN's First Take. He has his own podcast and media company. So, you know, his voice is going to be out there. His voice is going to be calling games. His voice is going to be analyzing the game the next morning on ESPN with First Take. He's going to be on the playoffs. And he's got his own podcast, with millions of followers that also hear his voice. So LeBron James, the way he has Gilbert Arenas somehow in his pocket, he's friended Gilbert Arenas. Now Gilbert Arenas feels forever indebted to him, and he won't allow any LeBron slander to go down. Like when they start when Rashad McCants was on Gilbert Arenas podcast, Gil's Arena a couple of days ago, and they was talking about the EPO stuff with LeBron James. Gilbert Arenas came out of nowhere and was like, "Oh, you don't want to go there because we can bring up Michael Jordan." And then he started accusing Michael Jordan of the same stuff. Like, I don't understand why when people bring up something or critique a player or bring up something that, hey, look, this is a red flag. The go-to move for people, especially people who are supporting LeBron, is to let me find out what player you like, and then let me put him under the same scrutiny somehow. Or misery loves company. If you say this player did this and you're critiquing him, let me find when the player that you might like did it, and then let's cow tie them together. So when they talked about the LeBron stuff, Gilbert Arenas was like, nope, we ain't talking about it. We gonna talk about Jordan doing it. I just don't get that. But this is what you have when you have alliances with voices and platforms, right? And how do you get those alliances? Well, in the case of Nick Wright, you just sign him to your agency, Clutch Sports. Nick Wright is forever indebted now. He gets invited to all the parties. He gets all the free gear and all that stuff. And who God knows what else he get. There's a rumor that Shannon Sharp is affiliated with Clutch Sports. I don't know if he's signed to him, but we know he's affiliated. So when you get guys like that, and we know the tie with Kendrick Perkins and Shannon Sharp was arguing on First Take late last week about who supports LeBron the most. They was arguing about who glazes this man the most. I never forget when I was a kid, and I got 3 older sisters, and my dad used to work from sun up to sundown. He come home tired. He worked construction. He come home tired, 8:30 at night. He been gone since 5 a.m. He come home at 8:30 at night with these big boots on. I always had mud all on the boots and big old boots. And he was so tired that he couldn't even take his own boots off. And my sisters used to race to the living room because it's 3 of them, but there's only 2 boots to take off. And they used to fight over who get to take off dad's boots. Right. That's how much they wanted to help my dad out, and we appreciated what he did for us. Right. But here you got 2 grown men on national TV fighting over who's taking off LeBron's boots. They're fighting over who takes his boots off the best. I don't understand it. They was literally fighting. Kendrick Perkins said, "You just got on this LeBron train. I've been here since we played AAU basketball together. I've been here since 2001. He was bragging about it. These are the type of people that we dealing with, man. Bragging about it. These are 2 grown men. And Shannon talked with that lisp. I ain't never seen no dude bite his tongue like that when he say somebody's name. I seen some girls do it. I know some girls that was sweet on me that bite their tongue when they say my name, but I ain't never seen no dude bite his tongue when he say LeBron name or when he say Skip. I've never seen that. So I mean, I'm not saying there's some funny business going on. I'm just saying it's very weird behavior. But nonetheless, all of these dudes are voices for LeBron. He's got ties with them. And what Stephen A. Smith was implying is, now he got JJ Redick, but it ain't now he got JJ Redick. He's been had JJ Redick because they probably been talking about this for a while anyway. But JJ Redick has been fighting for LeBron for about 2 or 3 years now, fighting all his battles, even the battles that JJ Redick fights about protecting this era of basketball and clowning the era of basketball before us, right? 70s, 80s, 90s. You know, Bob Cousy had to come out and cuss him out. Dominique Wilkins had to come out and cuss him out. Michael Cooper had to come out and cuss him out. I've did videos on this. Y'all can just go search the videos of Rick Barry, Bob Cousy, Dominique Wilkins, and Michael Cooper. All had to come out and clown and just put JJ Redick, you know, back in his place because he was clowning Larry Bird, saying he wasn't a great three-point shooter because his percentages was 33%. We know Larry Bird was a great three-point shooter. What are you talking about, JJ Redick? Like, you're an idiot, man. So, but the only reason why he really protects this era of basketball because it further helps him protect LeBron. So they've already been in allegiance. Now it's out in the opening. They got a podcast together. And all this podcast is doing is trying to show everyone how smart they both are. Right. So I get that part. But I do want to say this one thing. So Stephen A. Smith was talking about now LeBron has a huger voice because Perkins is not that smart. Shannon Sharp has already been singing the LeBron tunes for a long time, but he's a football player and he's not going to be calling no basketball games, right? Nick Wright never played the sport. So this is the best alliance he could have formed. He got JJ now. ESPN and put JJ up at the top. We're going to be hearing JJ voice a lot. This is the best guy he can get with to help push his agenda and to further keep talking about him and great respects. And LeBron deserved to be talked about in great respects. Don't get me wrong. But we know what JJ Redick is about to do with this. This is about to be a lot of meat glazing, right? So Stephen A. Smith is spot on, right? But I do want to play this one thing. JJ Redick was interviewing. What is my man name? Austin Reeves. Y'all remember this meme? When Austin Reeves was in the game, you see the score down there. It's a blowout, right? 2 minutes left. But this meme came from LeBron James telling him something in his ear, and he made the craziest face in the world, like he was confused. And I remember the people in the post game saying that LeBron James must have told him a play in his ear that confused him like hell, and they just was bragging about how smart LeBron was and how high his IQ was and all this stuff, right? And that's what everybody thought, right? It like, you know, we all thought that LeBron just confused this kid because he was a rookie that year. We all thought that LeBron confused this kid so bad that he must have been shocked, like, man, how the heck does this man have this much knowledge in his head? That's the look that he was given, and that's what we all assumed. But when JJ Redick asked him, and this was JJ Redick's opportunity to meet glaze LeBron a little bit more, but he was shocked by what Austin Reeves said. Man, listen to this.
You're a true sicko in all aspects. Before we let you leave, I don't know the answer to this. You probably talked about this publicly, but the GIF, the video of LeBron and you, where he says something in your ear, and you have just the most incredible reaction. What did he say to you?
So we were in Brooklyn, and the game was over. We were up 25, and coach called a timeout and drew up a play. And you know how it is. You're up 25. Some people might not be listening. Some were staring somewhere else. And especially that year, it was my rookie year. Like I said, I asked a million questions, so I knew exactly what I was doing. So he draws up the play, and as I'm walking out, I'm like, Frank, I wasn't doing anything. I was standing on the left wing, not moving. And I just had to make sure. And so I'm walking on the court, and me being me, I asked Bron again. I was like, I ain't doing shit, am I? Like, I'm just chilling. He was like, no, you. I think he got mine and Russ's spot backwards.
Okay.
So he thought where I was supposed to be, where Russ was supposed to be. And he was like, "No, you're coming over the top and then setting the back screen." And I'm just looking at him like, I don't think so. But I was just like, oh God. And then literally when I did it, I was like, that's gonna be. I go get my phone after the game, and my phone was fully charged, and I was looking, it was on like 5%. It was just blowing up. I was like, oh no.
That's amazing. Austin.
Hey man, he was so shocked, man. He just ended the show. He didn't have no follow-up question. No follow-up question. Let's just end the show. Thank you for coming, Austin River. He really thought he was about to get a LeBron superhero story right there, because that's what we all thought. Even I thought that. I was like, man, I don't know what LeBron told that dude, but he got spooked. He must have threw some daggone jargon at him he ain't even heard before. And now we find out, no, LeBron was confused. LeBron was the one that was confused. He got the play wrong. JJ Redick, it backfired. He thought he was about to meat glaze him, and Austin Reeves was like, "Nah, I knew it. I was just trying to confirm. Hey, man, I'm just in the corner, right? Nah, you blah blah blah. Nah, you getting me mixed up with Russell. That's not what I'm doing. That I'm over here, right? You know what I mean? So LeBron was wrong. JJ Redick didn't really like that. Wasn't what he was expecting, right? I go in the comment section, and I just wanted to see what the fans were saying, right? The comment that JJ Redick penned is hilarious. Now JJ Redick is a prick and a borderline narcissist and a condescending type of dude, but he's also funny and he's a good guy. I like, if I met him, I think we would hang out and it would be a good conversation, right? But so when he penned this conversation or this comment, I know it was in humor, but this is how delusional the fans are. They didn't even want to receive the fact that LeBron was wrong. This man at the top of look at the comment that's pinned. He's lying. My glorious king wouldn't make such a mistake, bro. He said, "My glorious king would not make such a mistake, man." They don't even want to accept it when it's clear, and like when people come out and say it, they still don't believe it. Like I refuse to believe that, and it sounds like a joke, but that's how the fans are. LeBron tweeted today, how did y'all like the first episode of the podcast? You don't even want to read those comments. Them things was X-rated. I mean, it was my king. That's how they started out. My king. These are men. My king. It was on some Coming to America type stuff, the way they was talking to him in the comment section. Go look it. Go on LeBron's Twitter and look at the tweet where he asks what y'all think about the podcast and read them joints. My phone almost exploded. That's how hot my phone. It was X-rated. I tried to, I unfollowed them on Facebook, on Twitter. That I'm telling you, the way they was in that comment section was unreal. It was unreal, man. But yeah, that backfired on him. So let's get into the podcast, and I'm gonna say a couple more things and play another sound bite, and then I'm gonna open the phone lines up because I want to hear what y'all want to say about it. But let's get into it. Mind the game. Right. I subscribe to it because LeBron is LeBron. That's a brother, right? I'm gonna support LeBron. I'm gonna buy a pair of LeBrons this weekend too. So I mean, I'm support. I watch Space Jam and everything. That's my dude. I just like critiquing the man because he's hilarious, right? So I subscribe. The podcast, the first episode did real well. They'll probably reach a million views by tomorrow. They was already halfway there. They almost at They was at 600K when I looked right before the show. So they might get 1 million views by tomorrow. This on some Shannon Sharp, Cat Williams stuff. So, I mean, not often do you get someone that has been this good in the league sitting down talking for 35, 45 minutes like this. Like, it's rare that you get a Kobe Bryant interview. There's still interviews out there for Kobe Bryant. I'm like, man, I'm so glad he did these interviews just to hear his thoughts. You rarely get a Jordan interview. You rarely get a Larry Bird interview. Like, those guys usually don't go out there and say much, right? So this is different. This is different for someone of his caliber to say, I'm going to commit to a podcast once a week, right? Yeah, you would think someone like Draymond Green would do it, or guys like that, but you don't think a guy like Steph or LeBron or KD would do it. KD's doing it too. So anyway, let's get into some of the stuff they said in the podcast. First, I want to give you how JJ Redick started it off. He started it off by, because they pre-recorded the podcast. So the beginning of the show was him kind of discussing what they talked about in the podcast. But this was really just another opportunity for JJ Redick to show you how smart we are as basketball players. Like, me and LeBron are just so smart, right? That's basically what it was. This podcast so far is basically two fish swimming in a pond, and they want us to be impressed by how well they swim, right? For professional basketball players to talk about basketball and be knowledgeable about it doesn't impress me. You get what I'm saying? Like, I did 20 years. I stated earlier, I did 21 years of military, Navy. If I start coming here and doing a podcast with another guy that did 20 years like me, and we're using all Navy terminology and Navy jargon, and I'm talking about a bulkhead, and I'm talking about a head or a deck or a swab, and I'm talking like this, and I'm blowing your mind. Oh my God, this guy's so smart, man. I never knew that it was a bulkhead, right? I wouldn't do that, because only thing it is, we're talking about the same things. A bulkhead is a wall, but on the ship, it's called a bulkhead, right? Why would I talk to someone that's going to be listening that wasn't Navy? If I'm doing a podcast about Navy and you never was in the Navy, why would I even reference a bulkhead when I know you see it as a wall? You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna call it what I know is going to relate to you. Why would I call it what we only understand, right? Because I want the same exclusive or smart. So it's two fish swimming in a pond, and fish supposed to swim. So what can you do when you're swimming that's going to impress me that you're swimming? What can you do as a professional basketball player that's going to impress me about your profession? You can't impress me. And that's what it comes off as. JJ Redick and LeBron James are just taking turns throwing lobs to each other, and they're just dunking it down, just trying to sound smart and trying to sound like they're the smartest basketball players that ever lived. And LeBron throwing himself lobs off the glass, and he's catching it, and JJ Redick's giving him all types of reach arounds, and he's smiling in his face. Like, you got to see how, like, when LeBron's talking and sounding smart, how JJ Redick was just smiling in his face, just looking at him like, oh man, you're so stinking cute. That's how he was looking at him, man. It was crazy to watch. But this is how JJ Redick started it out, trying to explain to us what a floppy was and what Horn's action is and what a high screen and roll is. They don't even call it high screen and roll. They call it thumb down and all this stuff. You're trying to impress us with that. I don't know how people are going to be impressed, but here's JJ.
The exact basketball concepts that we are talking about. Episode 1 actually has a few different basketball concepts that we talk about. Episode 2 is a little more granular, a little more X and O. But episode 1, we do talk about thumb down. What is thumb down? Thumb down is simply a high screen and roll, a high pick and roll. Thumb down angle, which LeBron references, is just when that pick and roll is angled to a side of the floor. So it's not in the center of the floor. It's either in that left high quadrant or that right high quadrant, closer to the sideline. So thumb down angle would simply be a ball handler with the ball, a player in either corner, another player in the high quadrant opposite the ball, and then the screener. And again, these two guys can play pick and roll, and you play out of that. By the way, a lot of teams call high pick and roll something different. Not every team calls it thumb down. I know when I played for Stan Van Gundy and the Orlando Magic, we had thumb down, which was a high screen and roll with the 5-man, the center. We also had a screen and roll called thumb up, which was with the 4-man. LeBron, by the way, will reference X4 and X5. Some teams call the 4-man X4. Some teams just call him 4. Some teams call the 5-man X5. Some teams call the 5-man just 5. Horn's chest is another play that we talk about. Horn's chest is when two offensive players are in both corners and then 2 offensive players are directly above the elbow or free throw line area at the 3-point line, creating almost like horns. And then the point guard plays off of that. So the point guard can dribble off either side. The point guard can also throw the ball to one of the players at the horns, and they can get into screening action. This is horns, very simple. Ball handler, player in either corner, and then 2 players up here. A lot of times, this guy will be the 5-man, this guy will be the ball handler, and this guy will be the scorer or the shooter. Boston Celtics, by the way, when they run their horns action, a lot of times the 5-man is spaced to one of these corners, and they involve Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and either Drew Holiday or Derek White.
So that's him explaining it. I cut it off, man, because he got into floppy after that as well. And you know, floppy is a play that they run for people like JJ Redick or a player like Ray Allen. I think Ben Gordon used to do it when he was with Chicago, and you know, for your shooters, Reggie Miller did a lot of it. Rip Hamilton, you know, they would run that, but people don't do that no more. It's really 5-man out, high screen and roll for the most part. But for you to start talking about thumb down, and LeBron mentioned it during the show, he mentioned the thumb down, but this is JJ Redick trying to, hey, look, everything that LeBron said, I want to explain to y'all what it is, which I guess is cool. Me personally, I don't think it didn't enhance my listening pleasure at all, to be honest with you, because I know the source of it is them trying to big up themselves. Like I said, they're fish swimming in the pond and asking you to be impressed by how well they swim. Listen to LeBron call out his teammates for not being able to recognize something that he recognized when he was 8 years old.
There's guys in the NBA that if you call a play or a coach draw a play to one side of the floor, they can't switch it in their head and do it and say, let's run it to the other side without the coach drawing on the clipboard.
Yeah.
I've never understood that. And I don't know. I never understood that. So if I say we're running thumb down angle, we're running on the right side. So because I have a left-hand point guard, he wants to come middle to a strong hand. He has the ability to hit the pocket pass with the left hand, has the ability to throw ahead, he's lefty, and also has the ability to throw back on the shake. But if I say, hey, we run a thumb down angle on the left side because now the right-hand guard coming right, I've had teammates that's like, oh, what do you mean? Coaches always, in practice, we only ran it from this side.
Yeah.
I could flip a play when I was 8 years old. No matter if it was just pass and cut, no matter if it was, let's run flex, but let's start on the left side. No matter if it was just, let's DHO, driving kick. The last one, all right, now let's just drive the baseline drive, drift. If the forward on the left side is looking at the ball, you can slot cut. I could do that. I was doing that stuff when I was like 8, 9 years old, and my coaches would just be blown away. And
why throw your teammates? Why throw your teammates under the bus like that, man? I've had several teammates in the NBA who hasn't been able to flip a play. If we run it on the right side, and if we flip it and say let's do it on the left side, he said he has teammates that can't do it. And he's been able to do it since he was 8. I thought they advertised this podcast as something like, hey, look, this is going to help the fans understand basketball. But all they really doing is trying to disguise what their real agenda is. And it's really to tell everybody how smart they are and how much of a savant they are. It's not for the listener. Like you're not going to get smart by, we already understand what a high screen roll is. You telling us that y'all call it thumbs down or thumb up does what for us? Just say high screen and roll. Just talk like that. You get what I'm saying? Like that's not enhancing anyone's basketball IQ to help them enjoy the game a little bit more when they're watching it. No one's going to listen to episode 1 and then go watch the game and be like, oh, now I can really enjoy the game because I know when he did this, it's a high screen and roll. I just don't get it, man. I just don't. I mean, just listen to it.
There's guys in the NBA that if you call a play or a coach draw a play to one side of the floor, they can't switch it.
They can't switch it, but I've been able to do it since I was 8 years old. Man, that's unreal, man. One more.
Let's just drive the baseline drive drift. If the forward on the left side is looking at the ball, you can slot cut. I could do that. I was doing that stuff when I was like 8, 9 years old, and my coaches would just be blown away, and I wouldn't know where it came from. I have no idea. So to get back to your question, I think I was born with a sports IQ, and it could have been any sport, but I just think basketball was the one that I chose, and maybe I was chosen to do that as well. Yeah. And I just took it to a whole, as I got older and your mind gets, you start to live it. You start to want to be a part of it. You start watching. I started watching the games, when I was like 19 years old. When I first started, I was watching just a fan. I was just a fan of Michael Jordan and Anthony Penny Hardaway and Grant Hill and, those guys. I was just a fan. But then when I started playing the game, I actually started like studying what those guys were doing out on the floor and what teams were doing, how teams were guarding, how coaches were coaching, subbing patterns, time of possession. One thing that kills me, JJ, in our league, I'm going to tell you what kills me.
Tell me what kills you.
The 2-for-1 shot at the end of quarters.
Are you going on an anti-crusade against the 2-for-1?
I understand.
So when I listen to first of all, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, I've never heard them throw their teammates under the bus and say, my teammates can't do this. I've heard Kobe Bryant say, somebody didn't work hard. If you don't work hard, I don't want you on my team. If you don't work hard, it's going to be hard to be my teammate. I get that part, right? But to say, someone's IQ level is low. I've played with people who can't do something I've been doing since I was 8 years old. Like, I just don't get that, man. I really don't be getting it. I don't understand what the purpose is of doing that. And somebody said I was reaching. I mean, maybe I am reaching. I don't know. And hopefully they say episode 2 is going to be more of X's and O's and whatnot. I like the way Kobe Bryant did his detail show. What I liked about that is he would take a team or a player and say, this is like when he did Jason Tatum in the playoffs. And he was like, this is what Jason is doing. This is how he could get better. And he made it about analyzing something and finding areas where he could be better at. And Jason Tatum said when he watched Kobe Bryant break down his game on detail, it helped him so much. And he said, man, it was just so great to have him critique my game and see where I could improve it. And I think he worked out with him the next summer after that. He went and worked out with Kobe, right? So that's real genuine to me. Open up the Mamba. So detail is one thing. Open up the Mamba Academy where he was really training people. Like Kawhi really showed up. Kyrie was there. Tatum was there. Who else was there? Paul George was there. There were so many different players. Candace Parker. A lot of WNBA females showed up. He was training so many people. That was real passing the torch and passing skill on to the next generation. That's real. Not going on a podcast to tell everybody how smart you are and how smart your teammates aren't. That's not the same thing. That's not teaching your fans anything. It's really not teaching your fans anything, right? Kobe Bryant did it where he was really asked questions and he answered them, and it was enlightening to a lot of people. He didn't go out there for the purpose to show you how smart he was. It just came off, and you knew he was that smart. He wasn't overdoing it and trying to do it and setting up whole podcasts just so I can big up myself and disguise it as I want to teach the fans what floppy is and what horns is and what thumb down and high screen and roll is, and flipping a play from left to right, from one end of the court to the other end of the court. That's not what it's all about. But that's all I wanted to get on and say about it, man. Phone lines are open. Phone lines are open. Let me hear your thoughts. And let me get to some of these comments too, because I seen some of I seen one of my Marine brothers in here. Y'all, hey, we retired, man. So I don't want to say this and cause a fuss, but you know the Navy owned the Marine, right? I'm just saying. Greg Anderson, what's up, big dog?
Man, what's going on, man? I got so much to say about that narcissistic podcast. Oh my God, that was the worst. All right, look. First of all, that is a podcast that you do after you retire. Okay, the biggest criticism about Shannon Sharp's interview with Cat Williams, they said there was nobody that offered any pushback.
Right.
You want to impress me, JJ Redick and LeBron James talking about how smart y'all are? Have Jeff Van Gundy on that as well. While y'all going over all of these floppies and thumbs down. Because Jeff Van Gundy is the type of coach that'll tell you, like, yeah, you can do this, you can do this, or you can shoot the pull-up jump shot.
Is that Jeff Anstan?
Jeff Anstan. Okay, another thing is, like with him coming out talking about how smart he is, all he doing is throwing Darvin Ham under the bus. That's what I ain't like about it. It's like, I'm so smart, you should listen to me. Darvin Ham might as well just resign tomorrow. He ain't got no chance of coming back tomorrow. No, but this is the biggest nasty work in the whole thing. He was in there telling people like his strategy, how he thinks. Now, Draymond talk about the game, the overall game. They give like kind of like vanilla, like we did this, we did this. It's like vanilla game plan. LeBron in there telling you how he thinks. I hope to God that the Denver Nuggets in the first round use everything that he said on that on that podcast to shut his ass down. Coming in there talking like he's so damn smart. You so smart. Why don't you be the coach of the Lakers? And then when y'all lose, you fire yourself.
Well, I mean, what did you think? What did you think about JJ Redick at the beginning when he was telling us about the floppy and the thumb down?
You know what? JJ Redick reminded me of like the third ranked student in the high school or whatever, right? You only get a valedictorian or salutatorian, but he just want to tell everybody he's smarter than the two people getting an award. JJ, you wasn't like that. Now, JJ was a solid NBA player, but come on, bro.
Yeah.
Like, we don't need pulling out no clipboard. Like, what does that do?
I mean, so you don't think it's useful in? I mean, like, would you subscribe? Do you want to hear stuff like this from them?
I don't want to hear it no more. Now, I'm going to play that, like, when I can't sleep at night and I need something. Like, that's only useful for, like, high school basketball coaches and, you know, people that have that personnel. But as you stated before, they don't even play that style of play no more. So everything he said was irrelevant. When the last time you seen somebody running a pin down screen?
Some teams would do it. I know Golden State still do it. That's about, but it's not a lot. It's not a lot.
They got the personnel. When is that last time you seen the LeBron team run that set?
Oh, I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? It's all thumbs down, angle, 45-degree angle, straight up, straight down. I swear to God, I hope to God that whoever play him in the playoffs, they use that same game plan against them. Shut him down. And if he's so smart, how come he ain't figure out? He was so smart since 8 years old. How come he ain't figure out the San Antonio Spurs when he was 22, 23, 24?
Because he had bums on his team, remember?
Oh man, come on, man. Look. Man, this guy, man, bro, today, when I saw that, like, I was watching and I was like, all right, let me fast forward a little bit. Maybe it'll get better. And then he even got to the point where he was answering questions that wasn't even asked of him. You know what really gets me mad? I'll tell you what makes me mad. Ain't nobody asked you that shit. All right, but I'm about to get off the phone, but I know the one person that should be upset. The one person that should be upset at that podcast is Shay Sharp. Because out of all of that meat glazing he's been doing for the last couple of years, he ain't never sat down on his show.
You know, that's funny.
And
That's
those-
because that's exactly what Draymond Green said this morning on his podcast.
He said that.
Yeah, he said, I got a bone to pick with LeBron because he go on a podcast and this is the first one he doing. He ain't did mine yet.
Oh, he said he ain't there. Forget Draymond. He should have been on Club Shay Shay. And imagine what the number. The reason why he ain't go on Club Shay Shay is because he invited Dwayne Wade over there, and Dwayne Wade spilled too much tea.
Yeah, he did. Dwayne Wade went over there and Dwayne Wade went over there and said a couple of things. Number one, MJ's the GOAT. Number two, LeBron didn't tell me he was leaving Miami. I was pissed that he left. And number three, I don't know if on Club Shay Shay, I don't think he said this, but on another podcast he mentioned the reason why they joined up right after the Lakers and Kobe had won their finals against Orlando. That was the reason why that was when they made the decision. So
and it dispels the myth that when he was talking like, I didn't know what I was going to do. Yeah, right. Y'all so Kobe popping champagne like he won an in-season tournament, and then that's when y'all decided to rig the NBA.
Yeah.
But that's all I'm saying, man. That was disgusting, man. That was nasty.
Yeah, I thought it was I thought it was cringy. I thought it was cringy. But yeah. Thanks for the call.
All right, good show, man. I'm back in the comment section.
All right, bet. What is my man Straight Duval saying? Black man putting other black men against each other. Shaking my head. No, I ain't never against LeBron. I think people get mixed up with I think when you think we just supposed to agree with every single thing, right? I cannot agree with it, but I'm not ever against nobody. Right? I'm not ever against nobody. Like, you know, his show is gonna do numbers, right? We know it's gonna do numbers. So I'm definitely not against him. What's up, man? Caller from Texas.
Hey man, it's Justin Funky Town. What's going on?
What's up, big dog? What's your thoughts, man?
Hey brother, look, I've called him before, and I know I told you this. The brother is an only child, and he's a narcissist.
Yeah.
And this is all about him, me. And when it's something bad, it's they. We, you know what I'm saying? It ain't ever that, you know, look at how Mike talked. Mike, when they won, we did this.
Yeah.
And if you look at when it was something going on, I got to do better. I got to do this. I got to do that. But the whole point is, you know, I'm sick of it. Like you sit up here talking about JJ Redick. You know, JJ Redick, to me, he's a glazer. Like he's not a, you know, independent thought. You know, I mean, you're sitting up there playing, you know, what he did when he was 8 years old. Okay. If you were that brilliant at 8 years old, I guess that's why you didn't need any more to learn anything else, because you knew everything when you're 8 years old, but you still only got 4 championships. If you were so good at what you did, why you only got 4 championships?
Yeah. But I will say this. I will say this because I watched the whole podcast. I will say this. When JJ Redick asked him about how a player gets basketball IQ, he did say it comes from coaching, and he gave props and credit to his high school coach, his AAU coach, both his AAU coaches, right? So you know he said that they were great coaches and they really instilled some good stuff in him. So I will say that he did that. That was dope what he did.
Okay, if he did that, that's great. But here's my whole point: how about giving credit to Kobe, who at the Olympics, and he's the one who, not just with LeBron, all them dudes. He's the one who was the backbone, who showed them what it takes to be a winner.
He did
on that stage. It wasn't. They didn't have that. He didn't have that.
No, they wasn't even working out like Kobe was. He showed them what commitment looked like for real.
AAU. My son played AAU at we went to a tournament up there at Newport News, where Ivers is from, and right there by Norfolk.
Y'all played at the Boo Williams Center.
Yep, exactly. And so the whole time I'm trying to tell my son, I'm like, dude, you know, boys gonna be boys. They're gonna play. You know what I'm saying? You got to remember they're kids. They're gonna still act like kids. They think it's fun. when you get around your boys, you still think it's fun. Kobe was there, not what Chris Bosh said. I'm gonna beat him to breakfast. Kobe not only beat him to breakfast, he had already worked out with ice bags on his knees.
Yeah, facts.
And he was getting ready to go back out and work again. There's levels to this stuff. But see, Kobe, again, where'd he get that from? Work ethic from his parents. He saw it. He had some good vets that taught him. One of the biggest things I got with LeBron is he didn't listen to anybody in the league. That, you know what I'm saying, to let him know, like, man, this is how you do this.
That's interesting you said that. That's interesting you said that, because now that I think of it, when like I just told you, he shouted out his high school coach and his AAU coaches, and credit them to what his IQ level is. But guess what? He never said anything about any NBA coaches.
Thank you.
Like he didn't say he learned anything from Ty Lue, David Black, Mike Brown. He didn't say anything about none of those guys.
Pat Riley, that's just
Pat Riley, with Eric Spoelstra, yeah, exactly.
All these people he's been around, all this stuff that's been pumped into him. Nope, all this stuff's been done for him. You know, but like I said, the whole point is it's always been him as the offense. You know, going back to what you were saying in the beginning, he bounces the air out of the ball. He controls the tempo because he's too old, he's too slow, he won't play defense. So what does he do? He controls the tempo on the offensive side. Like the other caller said, the other players, your other players aren't in the game because they don't know when they're getting the ball from him. They know that if he gets caught up, he's gonna get rid of the ball. But you don't know which one y'all getting it. You don't know you know what I'm saying? Have you got a shot? Like Paul Pierce said, they just doing cardio.
Yeah, facts.
You know, you got to get. If you look at, and again, going back to Kobe and Mike, the game plan. Let the team. Phil Jackson told them, let the team get into a rhythm. Let them get their lather up, and then second half take over.
Right.
Do what you need to do. But see, he doesn't do that because he's not going to give effort on defense. And when it comes to the offense, it's him. It's really whatever he decides he wants to do. He's gonna move pieces around, but he's gonna be the one piece that's not moving until he wants to move.
Yeah, very true. But it's not as bad as Luka though. I give LeBron. I'll give LeBron credit for moving off the ball. LeBron will cut.
And Marshmallow is Luka.
Yeah, and LeBron will cut to the basket. I give him that. He does something off the ball.
Yes, but he's expecting what? Is he doing it as a backdoor cut for somebody else to release somebody to the corner? Nope. He's going through there either expecting the ball and to make another pass or take a shot. That's it. He ain't trying to, like I said, he's not working. He's not working for an offense that involves a team. He's working for his offense. Because again, him getting his numbers, all that is about him since 2011 when he got clowned for Jason Terry busting his behind in that finals.
Yeah.
And his averages, what they were. Ever since then, he's been conscious to make sure he at least gets his numbers.
Yeah.
And it ain't, like I think somebody else said, it ain't about the winning part. It's about he can come back and say, well, it ain't my fault.
Yeah.
Look what I got. I got this much. Well, dude, you had the ball in your hand the whole game.
Yeah.
You should at least have that much.
Yeah.
But again, hey, bro, outstanding show, outstanding podcast as always, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for taking my call, and I'll let you get on with it.
All right, Funky Town. Appreciate it, bro.
You got it, man.
All right, let's get some more phone calls in, man. I would like to hear from some of the people that's in the comment section that disagree with me. So definitely call in. Let me know. Rod, what's up?
Hey, what's happening?
What's good, man? What's your thoughts?
Hey, is LeBron the only child?
I think he is. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought I had heard that, and you could tell. No disrespect to nobody, but he got that only child syndrome. You only child?
No. I'm the last of four.
Not everybody that's the only child act that way, but there's a such thing called the only child syndrome.
Yeah. Explain
he
it.
Has that bad. He will do anything for attention. He thinks all the attention belongs on him. He's used to that. He's not used to sharing nothing.
Right.
He's supposed to control the narrative all the time.
Okay.
And in today's world, as we know, attention is currency. People like JJ Redick know that. I don't believe JJ Redick believe how the stuff he be saying.
I don't know, man. The way he was looking in LeBron's eyes, man, he believed that junk, man. I ain't never seen nobody look in nobody's eye. But you gotta watch that podcast, man.
Hey, no, I can't do that. I meant to tell you though, bro. I'm proud of you, man. You're a strong dude. You actually sat there and watched that whole stuff.
Well, I got to, man. I got to. I don't think I will. Look. Listen. Like,
this is a dude that would do anything. A compulsive liar. A compulsive liar. No, I ain't say he lied. There's a difference between somebody told a lie and a liar.
Right.
He lied. Want to be filmed reading Malcolm X's book. Can't tell you nothing about the book. Ask the question about, did you see this film? Can't tell you nothing about the movie. But yeah, I seen it. Yeah, loved it. Great. But can't tell you nothing about it. Oh, I had the N-word spray painted on front of my house. No footage, no picture. Not even police video cam.
That's true.
It was sprayed over by the time they got there.
That's true.
Compulsive liar. Will do anything. And remember what was happening around that time that he supposed to have went through that. You know what I mean? The uprising and everything. So, yeah, he would do all attention on me. Oh, I don't want to share nothing.
That's interesting.
He's just that
So-
dude. And
so-
that transfer over to his game.
So what you think about
Not
this
just him as
podcast
a
though?
person.
Let's get to the podcast. You think it's gonna be good for fans or not?
Nah.
Why not?
I think it's gonna be boring.
But what about LeBron fans? I mean, like,
Just from what I heard on your show, that little clip, I think it's gonna be very boring. LeBron fans gonna make it hot for a minute, but it's gonna fall off.
that's interesting. Oh, well, I mean, hopefully it turns into something. I mean, it at least got some potential. I mean, because the concept is good. They want to get to X's and O's, and they don't want everything to be about, storylines. Like you turn on First Take. That's one of the things we hate the most about Stephen A. Smith and First Take and Skip Bayless and all that stuff. Only thing they do is just talk about storylines and stuff like that. They're not talking about X's and O's. And I think more people, probably would appreciate that. But you got to understand the fan base that's around the NBA. They've attracted more people that are not into real basketball. They're into the other stuff. You get what I'm saying? They're into the entertainment. That's why they need to see dunks and threes, because they don't really like basketball enough to appreciate a defensive battle, appreciate a really good box out, appreciate a low scoring game, appreciate watching a stretch where nobody scored in 5 minutes or a 15-point quarter. Like, you get what I'm saying? They can't watch that and be like, oh man, I'm enjoying this. Right? They can't do that. So we don't have enough people that really care about the X's and O's around the sport that much. So who are they talking to?
The minority of us, not the majority.
Well, I mean,
the majority want to hear gossip.
Yeah.
And like you say, who hit the most threes? And that's it. Really, real basketball. Like you said, they don't want to see two great defensive teams go up against each other.
Not good for entertainment. But let me open the phone lines up, Rod, man. Let me get some more callers in here. I want to fly through these so I can get to this last topic and get y'all out of here before.
All right, bro.
All right, thanks.
Peace.
Yep. All right, we have some more calls, and let's get some more calls in. Like I said, let's hit some of the guys that was in the comment section that disagree with me. DC Slam, what's up?
What up, homie? What it do?
I'm good, man. What's good?
Hey, check it out, man. Hey, I wasn't gonna call, but it's like this, man. I'm looking at the comments and I'm seeing like people talking about LeBron. Look, I'm with you, dog. Slim got a high IQ. You might not like him as a person, but to say old boy can't ball is nuts.
Right.
All right. And that also go with like what the last caller said, right? I mean, we kind of bombarded with like just bad information. You know what I'm saying? Stephen A. Smith is a person who kind of ruined sports and created the average chat person with the high IQ. You know what I'm saying? We got people, sports fans, actually saying people that's in the NBA ain't got a high IQ, and they never played.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we at in today's. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like really don't nobody even talk basketball no more. It's just more about MJ the GOAT, Kobe this, when Kobe played, when Mike played. Man, if anybody saw some of them games last night, dog, you missing out. Ant-Man with the dunk, you know what I'm saying? Shorty in LA with, you know what I'm saying? Look, I'm all I'm asking people do it. If you don't really like the sport, man, you don't need to tune in. You shouldn't be on social media looking for Bron drama. None of that. I mean, I feel like you're being fake. To be honest with you, you know what I'm saying? If you could just hang around in chats all day and complain about the sport and don't watch it at all, then you're a hypocrite. You know what I'm saying? That's what's making the sport worse, and that's really why it can't be promoted, man.
So hold on, hold on, DC Slim. I don't know if so I think you might be looking at the symptoms rather than the sickness, right? So when you look at the fans and the fans are rotten, though that rotten fruit came from a rotten tree, and the tree is the NBA itself. The NBA created an environment to produce these type of fans.
That environment, I get exactly what you're saying, but you know when that started? Bro, that started around Jordan time.
Explain.
Right? So look, man, we can't see. That's why I say when I listen, I am a older dude. I'm 48, so I've been around.
Right.
I cannot sit here and just keep acting like it's gonna be the 90s again. It ain't happening. You look, man, I'm trying to have a decent basketball conversation with a person, and all they bring up is these guys this, these guys that. Man, you must not be watching. Oscar Robertson, he said the greatest quote I ever heard about basketball and people that complain. He said, basketball ain't changed. They still dribble. They still dunk. They shoot threes. Now, the entertainment factor, the Stephen A. Smith, the ESPN, the LeBron Post part, separate the two and look at the game, and you'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's just too much drama, and it's too easy for people to complain, man. Look at our chat. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody got nothing good to say about no basketball now. It's just LeBron. Look, LeBron is a cornball, dog, okay? But I can't say he can't ball. I ask everybody on this planet in today's era, you got him in your top 5 in today's era. I ain't comparing him to no 90s player. But I'm saying if he ain't in your top 5 today, you don't know. You should never watch basketball again. You should never make a comment about basketball. You need to just turn your TV off. And that means you're not paying attention to basketball. At the end of the day, my mama hang up out of this. I just want to know, do people like basketball or just people?
Well, you saying from the poll I posted last week that people like players more than basketball. But before you go, explain how the decline of the NBA started with MJ and why.
All right, look, I don't want nobody to get mad when I say this. This is just me being a basketball fan because I think basketball was great before MJ. Look, Nike and the NBA saw a money grab. They saw the most exciting player in the league, and they promoted him. Now, I'm not saying Jordan not great, you know what I'm saying? But you got to remember, Jordan was selected, not elected, okay? When they gave him favoritism, this is what a lot of people forget about him. So he was getting the same kind of LeBron love, but now what kills me is people act like that never happened. So he was getting all the calls. Dog, did you know Jordan used to do black beauty care commercials? He's the media darling. He was attached to every media thing, so you couldn't touch him. So once that was created, it carried over year to year. I'm saying Jordan was the best at it. Jordan and LeBron. Look, LeBron is running neck and neck with Jordan on power.
Who got that treatment before Michael Jordan?
I don't think nobody really had it before Jordan because media was just coming into play.
So
you know what I'm saying? Like
so
it was
you
more
don't
TV
you don't think it was odd that Larry Bird ended up in Boston and Magic ended up in LA?
No, because like
Not
me
odd
and
at
my
all?
boy was in the barbershop saying this because back in the day, and see, let's like just go back to the super team.
No,
thing.
hold on. I don't want you to go off on a tangent. So that wasn't odd behavior by the NBA setting that up after they seen the rival of Magic and Bird in college. You don't think him going to Showtime Lakers? First of all, they already had Kareem and a good team. Them being able to somehow get Magic was already bogus. Same with Bird going to Boston. So you don't think the NBA kind of set that up? You don't think they wanted to put the league on them and market them that way? So you don't think Bird and Magic was being marketed?
I think they was.
Okay, all right. So
like
okay,
MJ.
all right. Of course, not like MJ. And the reason why is because we both agree MJ was a better player, correct?
Yeah, he was a better player.
Okay, he was a better.
Jordan
Okay, he was a better player
easier to promote.
Right. And Magic and Bird tried to sell them Converses but couldn't, correct?
Yeah, I would say Nike.
Hold on. So Nike was a new company that tried to do what Converse did with Magic and Bird, but they couldn't do it. And Nike was able to do it with Jordan because Jordan actually could play and could fly. So when the favoritism started for Jordan, we know it didn't start when he got swept by the Boston Celtics.
No.
And those 63 points he scored wasn't because the NBA was giving him calls. And we know the NBA wasn't favoring him when Detroit was beating the hell out of him. Right?
No, that's my point.
So the only thing that actually the NBA did for Jordan is enforce their rules. A foul is a foul. We wasn't calling it before, but now let's go ahead and enforce our rules. So they stopped the Pistons from playing football on the basketball court, enforce the rules so Michael Jordan can be what they wanted Michael Jordan to be. That's great. I admit that they enforced the rules to help market Michael Jordan. But the rules was already being enforced. What they done with this game now is they've taken defense away all the way. So
I disagree.
Detroit, hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this. Detroit was on this end of the spectrum with defense. The rule book was here in the middle.
Why is Detroit
let me finish. It's an easy reference point. So the defense was here. Well, this is real defense right here in the middle. Right here in the middle. Detroit was on this end of that spectrum. What they've done is go right past that, and they went on the other end of the spectrum and made offense just the end all be all, and defense isn't existing at all.
Hey, you want to know the answer to what you just said?
Yeah, what?
Nobody is going to accept this. Man, nobody wants to sit down and watch defense. Basketball.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Hold on. Watch
That's
this.
a lie. People that like basketball want to see defense.
Let me show you. The ratings was going down early because it was too much defense. People started tuning out because there wasn't no points. Now, remember when we got here, we looking at this as fans.
That's not true,
this
DC.
Is also,
DC, that's not true.
Hold up.
No, DC, I can't let you. I can't let you start a false premise and then build on it.
Wait a minute, hold on. I'm not building on it.
Yeah, but you building on a false premise. Defense was not.
Why do you think they did it?
Ratings was not going down because of defense. Still the most watched finals, NBA finals is the Jordan versus the Utah Jazz.
No, that's the finals. That's the finals.
Okay, so ratings wasn't going down.
You said Jordan again. No, I ain't saying the ratings
wasn't going
down when Jordan was playing. Hold on.
Okay, when ratings started going down?
Not when Jordan was playing. When Jordan left the league and Chicago had like a good 2-year run after he left, I would say right after that, that's when all of the players kind of left. It wasn't a lot of popular players. Wasn't nobody watching. people was getting bored. Now, as a business, now that's why I say, man, fans, man, we got also understand, man, it's a business. Your fandom cannot be blocked by that. You got to understand, people are different, bro. Okay? See, when I hear everybody, like, what kind of defense you looking for? I watched the New York Knicks last night, right? Them Bama's was balling. So when people say defense, right, it's such a broad statement. And the first word I hear all the time is Detroit. Back in the day when Detroit was balling like that, man, NBA was still a finesse game. Detroit and New York was the only two rough house teams in the league at that time. Okay.
I disagree.
So when people try to make it, I mean, you can disagree, but you can go look that up and see. Cleveland Cavaliers didn't play like that. Remember, they used to play Mike in the playoffs.
Milwaukee did Milwaukee did as well. Milwaukee played tough.
Yeah, they wasn't Detroit and New York.
Boston played tough. You had to play tough, or you weren't going nowhere. Even Houston played tough.
Boston, though, Boston actually can ball though. So it was a mixture. So that's why I say, look, don't just think the NBA just ain't got defense at all no more. It's a high-scoring game. These youngins move a little bit more faster than 90s dudes. We can truly say, I ain't going to say they better shooters and all that, but I can say that we looking at better athletes.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think what's going on is the athletes that was great in the 90s that wasn't that good at basketball was on the bench. Like, I seen a great athlete on the Bulls bench in Randy Brown, but he wasn't good enough. He wasn't good enough at basketball to get on. I seen a great athlete in Robert Pack that didn't get a lot of play. Hold on. I seen a great athlete in Larry Nance. I seen a great athlete in what was the dude that played for Seattle that did the Statue of Liberty 360 dunk?
Sean Kemp.
No. It was like a Bradbury guy. Stanberry or Stanfield.
Okay.
Great athlete. But this is the fact that we don't know them is because they wasn't that good at basketball.
No, that's not true.
So hold on. Slim, you gotta let it ain't that they wasn't promoted. They wasn't that good. They didn't get they were on people's bench. Gerald Wilkins was on the bench. Great athlete, right? So you didn't just get on the floor because you could dunk and run and be a great athlete. In this era, you can be one of the best point guards in the top 75 player in Westbrook with just running and jumping skills. You can get MVPs with track attributes in this league.
Wow.
Because the league.
So you saying none of these youngsters can actually play ball?
Slim, you have to let me finish this. That way you won't have to ask that question. Listen, the league is more wide open with a lot of space and pace. So a guy that runs fast and jump high can excel in this league. But if that's all you could do in the 90s and before the 90s is run fast and jump high, you got to deal with 2 7-footers in the paint. You can't run fast and jump and get that point. You have to have some other skills to your game. So running fast and jumping high, have you been a backup like Robert Pack or Terrell Brandon until Terrell Brandon got his jump shot, or freaking Randy Brown or Larry Nance or any of those guys? You just couldn't run fast and jump high as a wing player. You had to have some jump shot to your game. You had to have some shake. You had to have some other stuff. Westbrook can excel just running fast and jumping high.
Well, let me ask you this question. So, I think you're putting too much emphasis on one thing. You keep comparing this to the 90s, and I don't think you can do that. I don't think that's fair. I think that's what's another argument that kills sports talk. Because it's easy to just go reach to the 90s and grab some great players and bring them over here. I mean, that's easy. That's not what we're saying. The game is different.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to speak on that part. It is not the same. Now, if you love basketball, you'll understand the differences and the little small nuances. It's really not that much different from when Mike played. Look, Detroit get too much credit for elbows and punches. Okay, they call that tough defense. That ain't tough defense. Who wants to play ball and keep getting elbowed in the shin? All right, that's what I'm saying. That's what people calling tough. That's what people keep trying to attach to the 90s. Bro, that's not the 90s. I hate when people try to act like the 90s was just these rough and rugged, tough guys, man, plumbers and construction workers, man. No, it wasn't like that. Them dudes could ball. See, that's why every era is different to me. I hate crossing them over. The rules was different. Everything played a role in it. Promotion of players, media was different. All of that. LeBron James is the new Michael Jordan. Kobe was, look, I found out the other day, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and LeBron James are the most promoted athletes in NBA history. Shouldn't you wonder why we only compare them three as the best? Sound like somebody trying to convince me that somebody is the best by you just bombard me with information. That's why people like LeBron, because he was forced on you.
Yeah, but we can pinpoint that he was forced on you. And I'm gonna go ahead and open the phone lines back up, DC. But yeah,
it's all good, man. We can show on YouTube.
Yeah, for sure. I think for the call in. But look, DC, we can pinpoint that LeBron was forced on us, and Luka's being forced on us right now. We can pinpoint that, but
and Jordan was forced on you too.
I don't think so.
You ain't want to hear that part.
I actually no. I'm not saying he wasn't being marketed. Hold on. Hey, cut YouTube off in the hold on. Yeah, cut YouTube off, big dog. But yeah, DC Slim. Yeah, I agree with you that MJ was marketed very heavily, but MJ was showing the NBA and showing shoe companies and showing, other sponsors what it looks like for one player to carry the league. They was building the airplane as they was flying it. So it ain't like they had a blueprint and they was using the blueprint on MJ. They was building the blueprint with MJ. They was like, shoot, this is what we can get from a player that's this good. They was building the plane as they flew. Wow. And then when MJ retired, they was like, we're going to use this blueprint perpetually. We just got to find the new Michael Jordan every 10 years. So it's totally different. But I go ahead and let you out. I got another call on here, man.
Be easy, dog.
All right, big dog. Yep.
Peace.
Yep. All right, caller. Caller, can you hear me?
Yeah, man. This is Susie from Pittsburgh again, man. Just calling in. I wanted to respond to some of the things that DC Slim had said, as far as and one of the more salient points that you made, as far as wasn't it a little suspicious that the Lakers got the #1 overall pick to get Magic, and the Celtics had Larry Bird on hold. He went back to school, but they still held his draft rights after they drafted him. So it was already set in stone that these two guys were going to be on these two rival teams,
right,
and go through the next decade carrying the league. So the NBA was trying to resurrect their image because everybody in the 70s was on drugs.
Right.
So that game between Magic and Bird was the most watched and probably still the most watched college basketball game of all time.
Yep.
And college basketball was more popular in the NBA at that time. So they wanted to parlay that into the next era. And that was almost the skeleton of the blueprint they used on Michael Jordan. When it comes to the shoes, if you remember that Converse weapon commercial from back in the day, all of these dudes had the same shoes with different colors based on what team they played for.
Correct.
So there was no real style to it. Michael Jordan brought the signature style to basketball sneakers and actually had the signature sneakers that was unique, as opposed to everybody just being under one brand and making these commercials together and wearing the same shoes.
Correct.
So ultimately, the league has made moves to put players in certain spots over the years. They did it with the folded envelope with Patrick Ewing in New York with that draft.
I remember that too. And more recently, I believe they did it with Anthony Davis in New Orleans because remember they blocked that Chris Paul trade to the Lakers, and the reason why they blocked it, they said it was for some other reason. Yeah, they said it was for some other reason, but what I really believe it was
that basketball reason was what dude said.
Correct, but remember they was about to sell it to the guy who owned the New Orleans Saints. And if you're a potential team owner for the league, and I'm trying to sell you a team with no superstar, would you buy the team? Or at least ask for a cheaper price? Like if CP3 is on my roster, and then I'm selling you a team, and it's hey, I just approved this trade for CP3 to be gone, you wouldn't buy the team. right? So I think that's why they.
I don't think I would pay the same price at least.
Right, you wouldn't pay the same
CP3
price.
was one of the more notable players of that time, and he carried that franchise to
Correct.
the playoffs multiple times and performed very well.
Correct. So they blocked the trade, and then a little time after that, they accepted the trade to the Clippers because by that time I think they had a new plan, and that was because AD had announced that he was entering the draft, and I guess they was like, we can just give you AD. We'll give you the number 1 pick. Will you buy it if you get the number 1 pick? He probably agreed to it. And when they did the draft lottery, and when New Orleans got the number 1 pick on national TV, that's when he signed to take ownership. Like he was actually at the lottery and had planned. I guess he wanted to make sure. I want to make. I know you said you was gonna get me the number 1 pick in the lottery, but I got to make sure before I sign this paperwork. And as soon as they got the number 1 pick on national TV, this man signed the paper, and I seen it live. And I've been looking for that footage on YouTube everywhere, nowhere to be found.
So long story short, like let's stop putting the collusion and the conspiracy that the league enacts on to the player, because ultimately they could put anybody anywhere they want to.
That's true.
The people chose Jordan. Jordan proved to us that he was the best.
Yeah, I agree.
He did.
Yeah.
And I think they tried to do the same thing with LeBron, and it's like, he's a polarizing figure to say the least. Yeah. Me personally, I'm not a huge LeBron fan. He is a great player, but he ain't all that to me. Like
this is a shocker. This is a shocker, and let me know if you agree with this. I don't think the NBA's front office and the commissioner and the owners, I don't think they really want LeBron to even be considered on Jordan's level. They would do it for the time being because it's good conversation and it serves their purpose while he's playing. But I don't think they really want him to be that for real.
I also, and I'll add a point to that. I think that they know that it's hard to kill the Jordan ways. You know what I'm saying? And no matter what they do, it was chosen by the people. We still buy his shoes. We still remember him playing. Like you're not just gonna kill the memory. Like now, there's a lot of people who've seen Wilt play that aren't alive anymore, and there wasn't no TV, it wasn't 24-hour news cycles and all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So whoever seen him, they just had to see him. Whoever seen Bill Russell just had to see him. They didn't start really doing national NBA like that until the 70s, until Bird and Magic. So kind of the fuzzy memories kind of start there, because we can still look back and see those great games between those players and say, oh, even though I didn't watch that live, I can tell Larry Bird was a bad dude.
Yeah.
You don't have that luxury with people like Oscar Robertson or Wilt Chamberlain or Bill Russell in as high of a volume.
Yeah, that's true. I'm with you on that.
And I don't think that it's fair that LeBron just gets to jump over all of these people when he didn't necessarily face the adversity that a lot of these people have faced when it comes to their basketball careers. Like he was kind of the chosen one, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Like he kind of had everything laid out for him. He had $90 million before he even was out of high school. So it's like, did he have to prove himself in the same way that Jordan did? Because when I see old articles, it's like, yeah, he's a great player, but he has to prove himself. It was always about the young players proving themselves. They would give them accolades on their talent and everything, but as far as like saying that you're up there with Magic and Bird, you have to prove that.
Yeah.
And LeBron never really had to prove it as much, I don't think.
Nah, he took a back route to it, man. But I appreciate the call, bro. I'm gonna open the phone line.
Thank you, man. I really, really like your show, man. Keep up the good work.
Man, I appreciate you calling, man. I'm glad you like it.
Peace.
All right. Pepper Spray, you said you interested in knowing why I say that about LeBron. I think what you're talking about is when I said that I don't think the NBA wants LeBron to be the guy to overtake Jordan. Number one, the reason why I don't think they want it to happen is because they don't believe that he's a better player than Michael Jordan. And I think the league knows, they know where all the dead bodies at. They know where, they got the right broom that knows where all the dust is at. That means they know what they're doing. They know what they had to do for MJ, and they know what they had to do for LeBron to market him. So they really know who's better. They know who they had to do more for. You know what I mean? So I think they know that. And I think it's odd that when The Last Dance came out, immediately after The Last Dance, ESPN and a couple of other big websites did a poll, who's the GOAT? You know what I'm saying? It was almost like the media was working against LeBron and working with Jordan. And I was like, why would they do that? And I thought it was funny because you get to laugh at LeBron fans, right? And I don't like LeBron fans, Kobe fans, or Jordan fans. I like people who like basketball. So whenever I get a chance to poke fun at any of them, I do it. So when they did The Last Dance, and then all of a sudden, as soon as The Last Dance ended, the last episode aired, ESPN had a poll, who's the GOAT? And everybody was voting. It was like 70-30. Or 70-20, and I think even Kobe got some votes, right? So I was like, man, why would they do LeBron like that, man? Who's in charge of this? Like, this is the guy that's the face of the league right now. Why would you do that? They would have never done that to Jordan. They would have never threw a poll up for Kareem, and after they aired some documentary about Kareem, they want to know who the GOAT. They've never fought against MJ being the GOAT. The league has never done that. ESPN has never done that. They've never fought against it. It's so much pushback about LeBron being the GOAT. It lets you know that nobody really believes that. Nobody really believes he's the best player that we've ever seen. Nobody has watched everyone play that they've seen and was like, the best person I've ever seen is LeBron. Nobody's saying that. What you hear people saying is, man, he's got the most points. He's got the record. He went to 10 finals. None of that means that you're the best. What makes you the best is me watching you play, critiquing your game to see what you can do, what your strengths are, and critiquing your game to see what you can't do, what your weaknesses are, and seeing how you use that to win, or seeing how your opponents used it to beat you. And a lot of what LeBron's strengths are has been great. But what he's good at needs too much for it to work. He's good at driving to the rim, and he's good at passing. He's good at seeing the floor. So when you say I want to build around it, you need a center that doesn't need to be in the paint. You need shooters around the three-point line. You need a high screening roll to give you a running start, right? And you need at least one superstar. Most of the time you need two superstars to make it work. You just need too much. And when you need that much, that shows that you have more flaws in your game than what someone like Kobe or Mike has. The more you need around you, the more specifics you need, lets everyone know the flaws that you do have. So for every flaw he has, shooting, free throw shooting, mid-range, post, for every flaw that he has to have a specific type of player around him to make it happen. You just need too much. And that's why he's always trading and firing coaches and give me that player. Or you got to play for 2 years, and now he's gone and he's ready to go. So much changing. And you have MJ, look, give me one co-star. I want to stick with him my whole career. There's no point to make no more changes. They tried to trade Pippen for Kemp. Jordan blocked it. They tried to trade Pippen for T-Mac. Jordan blocked it. Right? So, this is who I'm riding with. I don't need to keep changing. I don't need to do all that stuff. You don't have to. I don't need a 7-footer that go stand at the 3-point line because I need the paint wide open. He needs so much, and everyone knows it. And everyone knows he's very flawed as a basketball player. Right? The only thing that's fooling people about it is that he's maneuvered other parts about the NBA. Oh, I can get this trade. I can swap this team. He's maneuvered the other stuff to make him get to the 3 rings that he got. Because I don't count that tournament. The tournament is that's not a ring, right? He played in a tournament. That's an NIT, right? So he got 3 rings, but he had to maneuver. He had to do so much, cutting red tape and doing all this stuff. And I mean, it was just so much movement for him to get 3 rings. And if he wouldn't have done all that movement, if he would have played the game the way that people before him played it, and stayed with his squad, I don't even blame him for leaving Cleveland. He left Cleveland cool, right? I ain't even gonna knock him for that. But he went to Miami, and everything that his supporters say he didn't have in Cleveland, he had in Miami. He had 2 superstar co-stars. He had a great president in Pat Riley. He had a great coach in Eric Spoelstra, who was named one of the top 15 coaches of all time. He had everything he needed in Miami. He had the fan base, everything. They won there and all that. He had all of that in Miami. Everything that we claim, Michael Jordan had Phil and Mike had Scotty and all this stuff. Well, he had all that in Miami, but he left. Why did he leave Miami? So he had everything that we claim he didn't have. He had it in Miami, and he still had to switch up. Why did he have to switch up? Because D-Wade knees was getting bad, and he couldn't get it done without his superstars being super elite. But when Pippen's back was hurting and his foot was all jacked up and he was declining, Michael Jordan stuck with him because I can make up the rest of that with what I do. Pippen just show up, play defense. We got this. We ride it. We go ride or die. Nah. LeBron was like, I'm gonna keep jumping teams because I need everything to be perfect around me because my game itself is so flawed and I need perfection around me. That's the difference. And that's what everyone knows in the league. And they know LeBron doesn't, he don't belong in the conversation. I got 2 callers on the line. One from I don't know where y'all from. 954 number. You can go first.
Yo.
Yeah, go ahead. You live.
Yeah. I was just going to keep it on to the first thing you had. But I think LeBron could have a pretty cool podcast. Because at the end of the day, this man really did study the game because he was born in the 80s?
Yeah.
This man is actually pretty knowledgeable about basketball, even if it is on the X and O level, because he really did have to study that because he was not making it up in his game. He refused.
I mean, I think like I said, man, I think it can be it can be all right, but he gotta lose the idea, because we can see it coming from a mile away. Like people are not fooled by this. We know this is about him and JJ Redick showing us how smart they are. We know that's what this podcast is about. We know that.
I can't even disagree with that. LeBron does like to toot his horn.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's the only reason why you would come up here and use jargon or use terminology that is specific to your team. Like what good is it? Why do I need to know what you called it in Orlando, JJ Redick? We see it. We know it is a high screen roll. Why would you want to call it anything else to your audience? We don't need to know that you call it that. There's nobody else that talk like that. It's coaches that is naming these plays, like Van Gundy. And I've seen Van Gundy on the Knuckleheads podcast. He didn't try to show us how smart he was by throwing all this terminology at us that we not privy to because we're not on the team. Call a high screen and roll a high screen and roll. For you, I mean, for you to come up here like, oh man, we called it thumbs up and thumbs down, and then we called it. Why do we need to know that? You know what I mean? So if they can get past that part and be real with themselves and have a real podcast, then it might be dope, man. But if it's gonna turn a lot of people off if he's gonna have that type of attitude, we know JJ Redick is a condescending prick, and we've heard LeBron James when he feels like he's been attacked, he might show up to the post game podium and say, even after I lose this finals, I get to go home to my great life, and y'all get to go home to y'all horrible's life. I mean, he literally said that.
He said that before?
Yeah, look it up. Yeah, go look it up. Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he said it.
Yeah, is an interesting guy. I've never understood the things he says in media.
It is what it is.
I do think you know what he's talking about in basketball.
Yeah, but guess what
At
though?
the end of the day, he changed the whole league.
He did.
Work with the CBA.
He did though.
And
He did though. But guess what?
He's a good talker.
But guess what? We got a podcast with several other former players. They're not on their podcast trying to show us how smart they are, and there's some smart ones out there.
That's true.
It is, man. But let me get to the next caller, man. I appreciate the call.
All right, man.
All right.
I love the podcast.
No doubt. Appreciate it. All right, caller, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
All right, what's up? What's your thoughts?
I'm just chilling, man. I haven't got around to the podcast. I saw it earlier, and I said when I get like an hour, I'm gonna just sit back and just ride through it. I'm gonna get through it, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be interesting. LeBron does have a genius level when it comes to the game. I wish LeBron was a little bit shorter, maybe like 6'4", maybe 6'3", maybe playing point guard. I think he would have an even more legendary career because, he could have been really like the point guard, but that's a whole other story. But I think it's going to be a good insight of him seeing the game and stuff and critiquing certain things. I know it's going to be biased because LeBron definitely does want to be the center of attention and carry his legacy over and over and throw it down everyone's mind over and over. So I'm pretty sure it will be very interesting, very humorous, and very, like you said, a little bit narcissistic. But I was watching YouTube earlier this morning, and sometimes, it gives me videos to watch. And I kind of glanced at the 99 playoff game with the Rockets and the Lakers with the old Kobe and Glenn Rice. I was like, man, like, them boys was like it was real back in the 90s. And I'm not trying to go back all to the 90s and the 80s, but, sometimes you just see how the game was and how they was holding Shaq. And Shaq was just really just acting a damn fool out there, on Hakeem and other guys. And I know the game has changed a little bit, but I feel like when it comes to LeBron and how the game has changed, I think LeBron wants you to, how some girls want you to call them pretty, and then the pretty ones, they just know they're pretty. Yeah. I think LeBron wants the world to see him as the GOAT, see him as the king, whereas other players who feel how they feel, they know who they are, and you know who they are, and you're going to say it for them. And I don't want to say who I'm talking about in general, because it could be more than one person. I just feel like LeBron really wants people to know that he's the king, know that he's the GOAT, and he's going to do other things circling him that reinforces and reaffirms that he's the GOAT. He's a great player. I just feel like, yeah.
But is that the reason why so many people give him pushback though? Like if LeBron never did that, he don't get as much pushback. The only pushback LeBron got early in his career was the fact that, okay, we anointed him. We went along with the king stuff. We went along with the next Mike stuff. But then you start getting put out by Dwight Howard. You start getting put out by Boston. And you wasn't getting it done. And that's when people start pushing back, like, oh man, all right, the Jordan stuff is over. Like that conversation is over. Yeah. Right. And he got anxious and was like, oh man, I gotta do something real fast. I need to win. And that's when he went to Miami. I got to make it a little bit easier to win. I just got to get that monkey off my back. So he got the two rings with Miami, but then he realized these 2 rings is a little different. It was super teams. Let me go try to do it. Let me go back to Cleveland and do it. That'd be a great story. And once he got that one, that's when everybody was like, oh, let's get him back in this GOAT conversation. And when everyone didn't hop back on that bandwagon and put him back in the GOAT conversation, he started overcompensating and trying to do things to make sure he was in there. And then he started manipulating the media and, he started doing all these other things and then asking for his respect and then saying that one right there made me the GOAT and, doing all these crazy things, man. So that's when everybody started pushing back like, dude, nah, you ain't it. But if he would have just chilled, he would have settled down in his rightful position as a top 5 player of all time, and he wouldn't be getting no pushback from nobody. He's only getting pushback because he's asking to be in a ranking where he don't belong, and everybody's like, nah, you don't belong here. You don't belong at this table. Can't sit here. That's what it is. You don't belong here.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. LeBron is a genius, and he will try to find out ways to put himself in position to win, whether he got, mentors giving him game, whether he got like certain marketing and NBA people giving him game and how to move and be strategic. But like you said, you leaving Cleveland to do it that route, I understand it. It might have been harder, and you feel like, man, time is of the essence. I need to make these moves. I get it, but it's kind of like LeBron. It really put an asterisk by your name. It really put an asterisk by your name, brother.
And he tried to take the asterisk away by going back to Cleveland and winning. He knew it was an asterisk because Kobe knew, because everybody was telling Kobe, man, you played with Shaq. You're not getting Michael Jordan level respect by winning with Shaq. So he wanted to get away from Shaq, and that's basically what LeBron did. He went to Miami, and everybody was saying, you won, but you won with a super team, and you underachieved because with a super team in 4 years, you should have had 4 rings. You got 2, right? So he wanted to remove the asterisk by saying, well, if I go somewhere else and do it, then that means that it was me, not the super team, right? But he formed another almost super team to get that ring, and it took the NBA to give him help against the Warriors to get it, right? So he was trying to remove the asterisk, but he was mad when everyone didn't see it that way. I mean, that's pretty much his career. That's pretty much.
Have you ever seen an interview where LeBron explained why he did the big 3? Have he ever talked about why he did it, what he thought about when he made a decision? Has anyone ever asked him that question? So no, not yet. Okay.
No,
Matter of fact, they probably never asked him that question.
No, I don't think I've seen it. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen it.
I don't think he'll ask that question. But LeBron is great. People always saying people are bashing him and talking down on him. I see a lot of people that say a lot of great things, a lot of bad things. He's a great player. He can hoop. If I went to the gym to go do my recreational weekly ball at LA Fitness for 24 hours and I saw him in the gym, I'd be like, man, that guy can pass. He can dribble a little bit. He's tall. He's muscular. He do his thing. But I wouldn't really fear him because I see when he turns down, and I see when he has his strength. So I can't really say that I would be quote unquote afraid. I'm never afraid of playing people that are really good. But when you dogging my ass out, I gotta say, man, this is just dogging my ass out, guys. I'm not afraid to say that. And I feel like with LeBron, I can't hold him, but I'm pretty sure there are areas where I can say, you know what, let me just not play him so much, or let me just lollygag. I could joke with LeBron if I was with him. I probably wouldn't want to joke with Jordan. I probably wouldn't want to joke with Kobe. I'm just keeping it real.
Yeah.
But great show, and keep doing your thing, man.
All right, man. Appreciate the call.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna move to the next topic, man. Last topic of the night, man. And I appreciate all the call-ins. Everybody, right now, hit that like button, man. It's a good opportunity for everybody to hit that like button real quick. I'll give y'all about 10, 15 seconds to hit that like button. Let me check to see where we at with the likes, because y'all be cheating me on the likes, man. I thought y'all liked the podcast, man, but y'all don't. Let me check. Let me see. 255 people in. Let me see how many likes I got. 187 likes. Oh no, that's not good. Let's get up to come on, at least get me 215 right now. At least get me 215 likes. Caller from Kentucky, what's up?
Yeah, you talk about this fraud. I want to talk about this fraud, LeBron James. He did more bad than he did good for the NBA.
Okay, explain.
Because the dunk contest, right?
Yeah.
He didn't get in the dunk contest. Then after that, none of the other superstars got in it.
Okay.
He makes the super team. Then everybody else starts making these super teams. All right, because LeBron does it. Then people say LeBron's unselfish. LeBron's not unselfish. Take the ball out of LeBron's hands and see how unselfish he'll be then. You take the ball out of his hand, he's going to demand a trade. He's one of the most selfish dudes in the league. And then they talk about, like when he went to Miami, right? He goes to Miami, I'm going to win 8, 9, and all that. Burley wins 2, and he lost the first one to Dallas because of him, because of himself. This dude lost 1 championship, could have hit more because of himself. Then he goes to the Lakers, and every offseason the dude's crying around the free agency. He's crying for some more. Go give me some more players. Go give me some more superstars. He's the biggest fraud in NBA history, and he tries to trick and trick everybody into believing he's something that he's not. But anybody who's smart knows what the dude's doing.
I can see that. I mean, so I wouldn't use words like fraud and all that stuff, man. I mean, because at the end of the day, man, he's still a brother, and we gotta love him, man. That's one of our brothers, man. I think what happens is we kind of project on LeBron because his fans are so obnoxious. You know, it's kind of what people do with the Dallas Cowboys, man. His fans are unreal fans, man. His fans are like Cowboys fans, Duke fans, you know, Taylor Swift fans. They're very obnoxious, right? So I don't want to project on LeBron based on how unreal his fans are.
No, but see, I ain't talking about LeBron off the court. I'm talking about on the court. He is a fraud on the court. He's a fraud, and he's afraid of failure. I done seen him quit in finals in different games where he done quit.
Okay.
Blames everybody else because of what he can't do. Scared to shoot the ball. Scared to shoot a jump in the finals.
Okay.
Because you can't shoot and you're embarrassed to miss. He's a fraud.
Well, I mean, if that's what you think, I just would use some different terminology, man. I think fraud is very strong. That's a very strong word. You know, I just say there are players that are so this is my opinion about LeBron. I think there are multiple players that are more complete players than him that are in that top 10 range. I think Mike and Kobe are head and shoulders above LeBron as a basketball player.
Well, look, you know what? People talk about LeBron being in the top 5 and top this and that. I'm gonna tell you something. The name of the game of sports is winning, right?
That's true.
If I had to pick between players I don't watch play, I'm taking Jordan first, and then after Jordan, I'm taking Shaq. I'm talking about just winning. I ain't talking about skill or longevity or none of that. I'm talking about you trying to win a championship.
Yeah, I'm taking Hakeem over Shaq though. I'm taking MJ, but I'm taking Hakeem over Shaq. Easy.
You would take LeBron over Shaq?
I said Hakeem.
No, I'm taking Shaq. You talking about the King that beat Shaq when he was young in Orlando? I'm talking about the Lakers Shaq, the 3 Finals MVPs.
Yeah, I'm good on that one. I'm good on that guy. Give me Hakeem. Give me.
You would take him over him.
Yeah, give me the defensive player of the year. They couldn't be guarded.
Why King win 3 in a row?
Huh?
Why couldn't King win 3 in a row then?
What you mean? Why he couldn't win 3 in a row? He didn't have.
Why couldn't he win?
He didn't have Kobe.
3 championships, 3 and win 3 Finals MVPs.
He didn't have Kobe. Why couldn't Shaq? Why couldn't Shaq get past Stockton and Malone 3 years in a row?
Why can't he what?
Why couldn't he get past Stockton and Malone 2 years in a row?
Probably because he had no help. But you go look at his numbers.
He had Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones. Both of them were all stars. Well, let me ask you. So let's say this. Let's say this. Shaq, Nick Van Exel, Eddie Jones, 3 all-stars. They had Eldon Campbell as well. Couldn't get past Utah. But as soon as Kobe arrived and was a starter with Phil Jackson, he had Derek Fisher and Kobe. You telling me Derek Fisher and Kobe was more ready than Eddie Jones and Nick Van Exel?
Shaq is the most honest player outside of Jordan. But look, you said Nick
wait. Shaq is more physically dominant, right? More physically dominant. Just like LeBron is more physically dominant. But Hakeem was more dominant as a basketball player. He was dominant, but he was dominant because he was good at what he did. Shaq was dominant because there was no one to match his physicality. Shaq had a drop step dunk and a drop step jump hook. That's just a horrible hook. One of the worst hooks I ever seen. That's all he had. Couldn't shoot free throws, couldn't guard a high screening role if you put him in there. Detroit
He can
showed
do
us
all
that.
it.
Detroit showed us that, right? Wasn't that good of a defender. He was just big. So no, physically dominant don't mean what Dream was. Dream was the best center I ever seen play. Hands down better than Shaquille O'Neal. There's no way. Shaq is great, but I got Kareem. Well, I got Kareem, Hakeem, and probably Wilt over Shaq. Shaq's a top 5 center, but he's not top 3.
Shaq, the Lakers, Shaq, there was 3-peat. Shaq. They could neither one of them could stop.
Listen, Shaq
They could stop.
3-peated with Kobe, brother. Kobe is on a level of Kobe's the best shooting guard besides Michael Jordan, and he was very close to Michael Jordan as a player. So yeah, if you listen, you that's just like saying Pippen 3-peated and he had Jordan. You had Kobe, but what did Shaq do when Kobe wasn't there? When Shaq was going, why Shaq couldn't? If he was so dominant, how come he couldn't beat Karl Malone? Stockton and Malone was embarrassing the Lakers. Come on, man, we got to stop, man. Like Kobe Bryant is that good where he really made a difference and helped Shaq out. Shaq couldn't do it with Penny. Shaq couldn't do it with Eddie Jones. He needed a top 5 player of all time to help him 3-peat.
His true percentage is low, about 41% from the field.
Who?
He's good, but he's overrated for what people say.
Who? Because of a shooting percentage?
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you? Hold on. So you mean to tell me if we were scouting, let's say we scouting for Kentucky for Calipari, and he said, I need a shooting guard. I got a senior that's going into the draft. Find me a shooting guard. You mean to tell me we go and look at all the shooting guards in the country, and we look and find out that somebody like Kobe is the best one, but then we look and see that his shooting percentage is lower than 2 other guys? You mean to tell me you gonna say, nah. We can't take the best guy because his shooting percentage. What sense does that make? Why do y'all listen to ESPN with this shooting percentage stuff? That is the dumbest thing I ever heard. Yeah, he's great, but his shooting percentage is low. What? And he didn't shoot 41%. He shot 44%, and that's not low. That's not low for a guy who takes mainly jump shots. Kobe Bryant wasn't I need to be in the paint type player. He was a player that was like, if I can't get to the paint, I'm pulling this mid range up. So for a jump shooter, I want you. Wait, slow down, son. You can't slow down. You can't overtalk me. Come on, hold on. I need you to go and look at every jump shooter that shoots mainly jump shots. Go look at Klay Thompson. Go look at Ray Allen, Rhett Hamilton. Go look at people who shoot mainly jump shots and tell me what their field goal percentage is. A jump shot is a more challenging shot than a layup or a dunk. So for guys who shoot mainly layups and dunks like Shaq and LeBron James, they're going to have a higher field goal percentage. 44% is not bad for Kobe. So we're not doing that. We're not doing. We're not saying somebody's overrated because his shooting percentage is 44%. That don't make sense.
I know exactly what you're saying. Hold on though. Let me say something. I know LeBron's has had in Kobe's and Jordan's probably too, because all he does is dunk and layups like a center. I know that. But what I'm saying is, one time you said Kobe is just as good as Jordan. Try to slide it in. You a big Kobe fan. He ain't just as good as no Jordan. He ain't even just as good. He ain't right behind him or none of that.
No, he right behind him. No, he ain't. Who's the second best shooting guard of all time?
To me, I got Tracy McGrady over Kobe.
You got Tracy McGrady over Kobe. Lord have mercy. Yep. All right, thanks for the call. Yep. Thanks for the call, brother. You get. Hey, let me ask you this: Who Tracy McGrady got as the second best shooting guard of all time?
Behind Jordan, yeah, I do.
No. Who? If I asked Tracy McGrady who the second best shooting guard of all time, who would he say? No. Answer the question. Who would he say?
You know how these dudes be doing.
No. Who would Tracy McGrady say is the best?
I heard what he said, but I don't care what he said.
No, I want to hear you say it. I want to hear you say it, because if you can't say it, that means you're delusional. Who would Tracy McGrady say is the best shooting guard of all time?
Who say that?
If I asked Tracy McGrady who the second best shooting guard of all time,
he's gonna say Jordan.
No, that's the first. Who would he say the second is?
I don't know.
Well, let me take the suspense out of it because he's already said it. He said it was Kobe.
Who did he say?
He said it was Kobe.
Well, let me ask you a question. In the finals, right, when Shaq wasn't with the Lakers, did Kobe look great against Boston to you?
Yeah.
Tell the truth.
Yeah, he did. I watched him.
You thought he looked great against Boston when Paul Pierce outplayed him?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I know what type of fan you are.
No, I'm not a fan. I like listen. You saying a player don't look great because of what? Because he had a poor shooting night. Listen, brother. Listen. You gotta let people talk, bro. Or we go end this real quick. We go end it real quick. A poor shooting night, and he had 18 rebounds and played great defense. And you gonna say he didn't look great? Come on,
Who
man.
had 18 rebounds?
Kobe. The night that Kobe had a bad shooting night, he had about probably maybe 15. Maybe it was 15. 16 rebounds.
Yeah, come on, man. You won him. I'm telling you, won him, bro.
All right. Well, let's use your logic. Let's use your logic then, right? Since you're gonna tax Kobe Bryant for what you call not looking good against Boston in the finals. The guy that you said is the second best shooting guard of all time. How did he look in the finals?
The best shooting guard. Who? The second? You talking about?
T-Mac. How did T-Mac look in the finals?
Grady didn't play no finals.
Why not, bro?
Well, why? Because he didn't have Shaq.
Well, Kobe got there 3 times without Shaq.
Nobody his whole career. He's supposed to have Grant Hill, but Grant Hill got hurt.
Kobe got there 3 times without Shaq, bro.
You know, McGrady didn't have no good players.
Kobe got there 3 times without Shaq, bro.
Man, lost.
How did T-Mac look in the first round? How did he look in the first round? How did he look with a 3-1 lead? Come on, bro. You can't seriously be. You can't be serious, bro. You can't be serious.
Should have won one, and Pau Gasol played better than him in another finals that they won, and he lost the other one to Boston. That's a fact. Now that first 3-peat. Did you watch the first 3-peat? You watch how Jordan looked in that first 3-peat.
Yeah.
And you saying Kobe ever looked like that?
Yeah, he did. He looked really good. Listen, you can't have a criteria to grade one player and don't use it for everybody. So let's take your criteria. So your grade for Kobe. So the two things you said the reason why Kobe is overrated is because of 44% field goal percentage, and because he didn't look good in the finals one time, right?
2 times.
2 times. So both times he played Boston. And Boston was and Boston was a super team, correct?
But they
no. Yes or no? Yes or no? We got to make this real quick. Boston was a super super team. Did Kobe have a super team?
Well, yeah, he had
no, he didn't. No, that's not a super team.
Yeah, Pau Gasol.
No, but that's not a super. That's not a super team.
Okay, I got a question.
No. You're not running the show, bro. I'm running it. Listen, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah,
so Kobe played against a super team, but he didn't have a super team, correct?
Yeah, he had Pau.
No, listen. Did Kobe have a super team or not? Yes or no?
Did he have a?
Yes or no? Did he have a super team when he had Pau Gasol?
No, and he lost too.
No, did he have? Listen, bro, it's yes or no. I'm gonna end this phone call. I'm gonna end the phone call. Did Kobe? I want to hear yes or no. Did Kobe have a super team? Yes or no?
I just told you no. Kobe
okay, stop. I want a 1-word answer. So the answer is no. He didn't have a super team, but he was facing a super team. Okay. Have we ever seen a guy that in the finals against a super team when he didn't have one? Other than Kobe?
No, he didn't have a super team when he lost.
Okay, and he also beat the Boston Celtics the next year, right? So he beat a super team. Have we ever seen? Have we seen Iverson face? Well, I ain't gonna say Iverson. We'll say LeBron. He faced a super team with the Warriors. He got swept 2 times, or a gentleman sweep and a sweep. So we seen what it looks like when a great player without a super team faces a team with a super team. It don't look good. It look like a pit bull fighting a chihuahua. That is the reason why he probably didn't look his best against a super team, but he beat that super team. Man, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, man. Thanks for the call, bro. Thanks for the call.
Why was Kobe not the best player with Shaq on the team?
Thanks for the call.
Why was Shaq the best player with Kobe on there?
I don't think he was.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he was. I'm about to put something on the screen for you. I'm about to put something on the screen for you. I'm about to put something on the screen for you. Hold on. This is what the numbers look like for Shaq and Kobe from 99 to 2004 when they went on their finals runs. 26 points average for Kobe, 27 for Shaq. 5 rebounds for Kobe, 14 for Shaq. 5 assists for Kobe, 3 for Shaq. 2 steals for Kobe, 1 for Shaq. 1 block for Kobe, 3 for Shaq. This don't look like Kobe was look 2001 playoffs. Kobe, 29 points a game, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals. That's the year where Shaq fouling out, doing all this crazy stuff, and Kobe handled the Indiana Pacers by himself. Man, I got this right. This is easy to go find, man. I don't understand where y'all are crazy. 4 finals playoff runs. Here's what the numbers stack out to be. Kobe was 34%. When you add the assists and the points, Kobe was 34% of the total offense. Shaq was only 32%. Y'all gotta stop, bro. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop, man. Shaq didn't have any competition when he got to the East. All the competition was in the West as far as big men. He had to face Sacramento when they had 3 big men waiting for him: Scott Pollard, Vlade Divac, and sometimes Webber tried to guard him. Right? He had Tim Duncan in the West. He had Rasheed Wallace and Sabonis in the West. So when they faced teams in the West, they had guys that can stick with Shaq. But when he got to the Eastern Conference, he was facing stick figure players like Mutombo, who cannot stop him from anything down low, or Todd McCullough, or Rich Smits, or who else they face? Who was it? Man, who else they? They had. Or the New Jersey Nets, they had I can't remember who it was, but all stick figures that couldn't guard Shaq, and that's when he went off and was averaging 30, 35 points in the finals. But in the Western Conference, when Kobe had to face Kobe stoppers like Ruben Patterson, Bruce Bowen, Shane Battier, and all these dudes, Kobe was the one cooking in the Western Conference during the playoffs. He took a back seat for Shaq in the finals against the Eastern Conference teams. That's something that y'all can't comprehend, man. This like I usually don't even bring this side of me out on this show, but you were so ridiculous. I had to nuke you. You were ridiculous, man. But I appreciate the call, man. I got to get you up out of here, Kentucky.
Facts and truths, man.
Yeah, you got cooked, man. I appreciate it, bro. Thanks. Man, what is this man talking about, man? Good gracious. He said, "Hey, look." He said Kobe was overrated because of 44%. Like that's the only thing that you can come up with. 44%. 44%. That's the best thing people got when they be like, he wasn't efficient. He shot 44%. Like that's the only thing people got, and they come up here and they really try to have conversations with people that actually like basketball and won't even stand for it. 44%. And he didn't look good against the Celtics in the finals. He beat the Celtics in the finals. That don't even make sense. Roland, what's up, big dog?
So Mel, yeah, I know I think a lot of Jordan fans are split on that's why I've always wanted somebody was doing a show on the weekend about the what are the false narratives about LeBron James, and they were on for 2 hours, and I called in, but they didn't have enough time. And I was gonna say they forgot to say the biggest one is whether or not is LeBron has he surpassed Kobe Bryant, or is he better or greater than Kobe Bryant? And they never talked about that. And I think you and that last caller are both Michael Jordan fans. You guys both have Michael Jordan as number 1, but you guys split about where Kobe Bryant is, because there's people in the chat and there's people that call in that'll have Kobe Bryant number 2 all time. And then we'll have Kobe. Then there are other callers that have Kobe Bryant outside their top 10 or outside their top 5. Right. I agree. He's definitely the second greatest shooting guard of all time easily. There's no arguing that, you know. And I got Michael Jordan number 1 of all time, basketball player number 1 of all time, shooting guard. But Kobe Bryant definitely, you know, those numbers you put up, you know, some people don't like numbers, but the numbers to me they show that Kobe Bryant is the second greatest shooting guard of all time. I called in because, well, first, you know, one quick thing about the mind, what's it called, mind for the game podcast or whatever.
Yeah, mind the game, baby.
Mind game. I said earlier that basketball is not neuroscience, but I think JJ Redick's whole point or goal is to try to make basketball look more complicated than it actually is. And so talking about LeBron James, this is what I call him. Talking about LeBron James IQ, basketball IQ. So the reason why I question it in clutch, not at all times, but only in the clutch, is because I've heard both people who criticize LeBron and people who support LeBron say that LeBron James is the best player for the first 46 minutes, but then for the last 2 minutes, you want the ball in Kyrie Irving's hands, or you might want the ball in another player's hands because they're better at shooting free throws.
Right
now, well, have you heard that about the?
I think
thing?
I think that came out of Gilbert Arenas' mouth.
Okay. And speaking of free throws, so I've been looking for this clip, but I can't find it. I don't know. I think they ducked a lot of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's clips, but about a few years ago, he said that poor free throw shooting was indicative of a low basketball IQ.
And, wow.
Yeah, he said that. He said, I don't know if he was angry, because I think he was actually criticizing Andrew Bynum, because, you know, one moment he was training him, Lakers hired him to train him, and then the next moment he wasn't training Andrew Bynum, and he said that. But, you know, I thought about it because if you think about the players who shoot the best free throws historically, and now you have centers shooting, you have tall players shooting free throws very well, but historically, it used to always be centers that would shoot free throws at the lowest percentages, and shorter players would shoot them at the highest percentages. And some people say that centers, when it comes to basketball IQ, historically, I don't know if it's true. I'm not saying I agree or disagree, but people usually say that the centers have the least skills, and they probably have the lowest IQ. What do you think about that?
As it pertains to free throw shooting, I think it's mainly because how big like 7-footers, how big their hands are. And it's you know, the art of shooting with how you want your hands on the ball and how you want your fingers spread, and, you know, the little bit of gap space you want between the ball and the palm of your hand, and being able to flick the wrist. All of that stuff is better suited for someone who has the smaller hands. But when you have huge hands and your hands cover the ball up like this, right? It's you know, it's almost like throwing a rock, and the release and the rotation that you want on the ball might be too much for a big 7-footer. Like when they flick their wrist, the ball is probably it's traveling faster, and you know, it's just totally different. So I think huge hands mess up shooting for big dudes, man. So it's a physical thing. I don't think it's anything mental. You know, it might be mental a little bit, but it's mostly physical at first, and maybe when you're such a poor shooter for so long, maybe it becomes mental, but it starts out with those hands, man. So
Well, he said not improving your free throw shooting is also evidence of a low IQ. And I think he was thinking, okay, logically, the one time in the game, the 48 minutes of game, if no overtime or even with overtime, the one time that you don't have somebody trying to stop you from shooting, I think he was trying to say logically you should be trying to, I don't know, he's probably saying that if you're smart, if you're intelligent, you would try to improve those moments, because those are non-contested baskets. You know, I think that's where he was, he didn't explain it, but that's what I'm trying to figure out why he would say that, or was he just upset at Andrew Bynum? I don't know. But if he wasn't upset and he was just maybe, you know, I wish there was somewhere he explained that. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe he was thinking that because nobody's guarding you, it's wide open. There's almost like he's just saying that you should be smart enough on the court to have a basketball IQ or even IQ in general to know like I have to improve this opportunity because it's like free money. I think that's what you're saying. Like if somebody puts free money in front of you, and if you're not gonna improve your chances of getting it, or maybe there's like maybe there's something in between you, like a door or something. And if you're not even gonna try to improve your chances of getting through that door to get free money, I think you were saying that it shows how low your IQ is or your basketball IQ.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, it could. I buy it a little bit, but yeah, I think it's mostly the hands, man. Because if you look at the bigger guys who actually got good shooting touch, like Rasheed Wallace was a great shooter and he was a big guy, 6'11", but he didn't have huge hands like Shaq and all that stuff, man. But then again, they say Kawhi Leonard hands are very huge as well, man. So I think it's gonna be different, depending on the guy, man. I think there's a lot to it, and it is what it is. But
yeah. All right, Mel. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
All right, no doubt. All right, let's move to Kyrie Irving. So Kyrie Irving, we're out with. They just won again tonight. They beat San Antonio. Kawhi Leonard, not Kawhi, but Kyrie Irving had 28 tonight. So he led all scores tonight, and I think that's interesting because I think Luka only had like 16, but he had his triple double. He had 16. He had the 10 rebounds. He had the double digit assists as well. So I think that's a good dynamic. I've been calling for them to make a decision on if you want to keep Luka at the point guard position, then it'll be kind of counterproductive to have him also be your primary scorer because you got another dominant scorer. And it'd be better if you say, I got these two great roles and I'm going to split it between my two great players. So you pick one. Do you want Luka to be off the ball and be your dominant scorer and let Kyrie Irving run the offense? Or do you want it to be vice versa? You want Kyrie off the ball, be your dominant scorer, and let Luka run the offense. But to tell Kyrie Irving, hey, we go put your game on a shelf and we go let Luka be the point guard and the primary scorer and get all the assists and most of the shots, and then you just got to find your spots where you can get yours off too. I think that's worse for your offense. So I didn't watch the game because I was obviously recording, but I was looking at the stats while we were talking, and I noticed that Kyrie had 28 points and led them in scoring, and Luka had the assist and had 16 points. So I don't know if they purposely did that. I think that's dope, but we seen the game winner he hit against Denver, a left-handed runner just inside the three-point line. I want to play for you what Draymond Green said about it, and then I'm going to say some stuff.
Kyrie Irving, you can't do anything to make it hard on him. Like you can't make the game tough for Kyrie. Like he's one of the best three-point shooters. He's got one of the best mid-rangers, arguably, if not the best. He's arguably the best finisher in the NBA. He has floaters with either hand, as you can see by that. He can finish with either hand at the rim. Kyrie can also switch and shoot a mid-range jump shot with his left hand. Like if you get him in a bad way in the air, he can actually just shoot it with. Like there's actually nothing you can do to stop Kyrie from scoring. You just try to do all you can to make him take a tough shot, and then you got to live with the results. But Kyrie Irving, the way he scores the basketball, the amount of things that he's capable of doing, unbelievable. I saw Damian Lillard tweet, Dame Dollar tweet, Kyrie Irving is the most skilled player in NBA history. And quite frankly, I'm not sure who can argue against that. Like, and even if you want to argue against it, you got to argue your point. Like, it's not just like, oh yeah, that person. Like, no, you got to argue why. That's how skilled Kyrie Irving is. Like that dude, he got the game of basketball figured out. Like when it comes to playing with the basketball, he's got that figured out. All figured out. I mean, that shot, yes. To even attempt that shot, like you just Like, that's what I want y'all to understand. He went for that shot. Like, this is Kyrie Irving. He can come off and bing bap and like fade. He went for that shot. That to me is crazier than anything. He went for the run and hook with the left. Went for it. That's different, man. That's different, guy.
So if you listening to that and that aired this morning, if you listen to that, he got to the part where he was like, the only person I can think of at the point guard position that can even be in that conversation with Kyrie is Steph Curry. He said he'll go with his guy. He said, I go with Steph, but other than that, you can't put nobody else above this guy, right? And I've always said that Steph and Kyrie Irving are on the same level. Now, as far as what they have achieved and their accolades, of course, Steph obviously blows them out of the water. He's got 2 MVPs. He's got 4 rings, and things of that nature, right? He's got the 3-point record. He's doing a lot with what he's got, but he's been in a more stable situation. He's with the team that drafted him. He's with the core group of players that he gelled with and started winning with, and he's never changed from that, right? He's always kept that, So it's different from when you go from one team to another team to another team to another team. You're not able to build and getting things stable. On top of you add all the other things on to Kyrie. But when you're judging a player by their game and saying this is the best I've seen, you can't start bringing into all these other circumstances or all these other not circumstances, but all these other attributes that are affected by outside circumstances, right? So we start talking about, Kyrie Irving never done this. Well, the reason why he hasn't done it is because some outside circumstances. He tweeted something out, he missed the season. He decided not to take a vax, he missed the season. He got injured against the Bucks. They didn't make it to the finals when they should have. James Harden decided to leave. They got Ben Simmons. His back wouldn't let him play. You get what I'm saying? It's a whole bunch of different things that are going into why he's not being able to achieve some of the things that Steph have achieved. But that doesn't mean that Steph is just this much better than him. They're on the same level. Honestly, they are, right? So I say all that to say this. I'm not even going to go in the route of is Kyrie the most skilled player in NBA history. You can have that argument and that debate, and you can throw so many names in there. You can throw in Kyrie, you can throw in Pistol Pete, you can throw in a lot of different names, right? I don't think that's worth the conversation. But what I do want to do is I want to get back to the ringer. I want to get back to the ringer, and I want you to count how many point guards the ringer said is better than Kyrie Irving, right? So if we count Luka as a point guard, that's 1. SGA, that's 2. Right? Steph Curry, 3. Tyrese Halliburton, 4. Jalen Brunson, 5. Jamal Murray, 6. De'Aaron Fox, 7. Look at some of the players they saying is better than Kyrie. They're saying Sabonis is better than Kyrie. Bam is better than Kyrie. They're saying, you know what I mean? Look at some of these names, man. But what we got 7 point guards so far. Dame Lillard, 8 point guards. They're saying Wemby's better than him. They're saying Jaylen Brown's better. Cat is better. Brandon Ingram is better. Zion is better. Larry Markkinen is better than Kyrie. James Harden, 9 point guards, better than Kyrie. And then Trae Young, that's 10 point guards, better than Kyrie. And then we finally get to Kyrie, right? And why do they think 10 point guards is better than Kyrie? All right, they got these little, extremely online. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what extremely online mean. But they got a cell phone right there. So I guess they getting to the point about him tweeting Hebrews to Negroes out. Right. So that's part of his package. That's part of his bag. Look at everybody else's bag. Floor general, ball handling, pull up threat, flight risk. Right. floor general, pull up threat, flight risk. I don't even know what flight risk means. Movement, shooter, spacer, finish. No, they're not putting anything negative on anybody's icons except Kyrie. Extremely online, right? That is how you gonna take it this personal with this guy, right? Right. So let's get down to the second paragraph, right? But the list of BS is still comically long. Irving missed more than half of the first 2 seasons in Brooklyn due to injury. Sat out for 3 months while refusing to get a COVID-19 vaccine, was suspended for promoting an anti-Semitic film, and then demanding a trade. It's almost refreshing when he's a pain in normal ways, like when he planted stories last offseason to create leverage for a new contract. Wow. This is what they got. He's just barely better than Tyrese Maxey, and they got Ja Morant down to, like, this is the most unprofessional BS I've ever seen. Like, you're gonna say this guy is the 11th best point guard because of what he did off the court. Like, how dumb can you be, right? That is. I mean, that's a load of BS, right? But anyway, here's my thing. I think Kyrie Irving is still the second best point guard in the league. No, I'm lying. I think SGA is the first best point guard. I think Steph is the second, and I think Kyrie Irving is the third best point guard in the league. SGA has risen to the top for me, especially being that he's 6'6" and he does it on the defensive end as well, and he got his team in the top seed right now. Well, I think Denver's there now, but they're number 2 in the West. Right, so you gotta respect that, right? So, I would say Kyrie is number 3. I would say De'Aaron Fox is number 4, and the reason why I don't have Luka there, because I think Luka's a small forward. I don't count him as a point guard. So for me, it's SGA, Steph, Kyrie, De'Aaron Fox at 4, and then number 5 can be debated amongst Jamal Murray, and whoever else you want to debate with. Who's all left? Murray, Halliburton, and all of those guys, right? And Dame. But it's easily the top 3 is SGA, Steph, and Kyrie without a doubt, easy. And I'm ready to put Kyrie Irving in the top 5 discussion of all time. Right now, it's hard to put him there right now because greatness, when you say greatest, you have to add the accolades in there as well. And I need him to do a little bit more on the paperwork side, on the resume side, so it can be legit. But right now, he is a top 5 point guard that I ever seen play. Now he just needs to add that paper to it to make it all real, right? But yeah, he out of the point guards I ever seen play in my life, yeah, I got Stephon Marbury high, I got Kyrie Irving high, I got Steph Curry high, right? So and I don't have Westbrook as high as I have Kyrie and Stephon Marbury. I think Stephon Marbury and Kyrie is hands down better than Russell Westbrook. Hands down better than a lot of point guards that y'all think are the best, right? But Kyrie Irving is like that for me. So that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to give Kyrie his flowers, and I'm gonna open it up, man. We got I say 10 minutes that we'll go with the phone call. So everybody's phone call is gonna be 30 seconds, 45 seconds at the most. So keep it quick when you call, so we can get out of here in 10 minutes after about 3 or 4 phone calls. But yeah, call in and let me know what y'all think about these point guards.
Call in and let me know what y'all think.
Caller from Ohio, cut YouTube off in the background.
Okay. Okay.
All right, what's up? What's your thoughts?
Yeah. I was looking at your rankings and everything. I would say that Kyrie is up there. I think Kyrie, as far as point guard and just player period, I think he's bring that excitement level, and he can do things like with both hands, and his layups, is like next level. But
Right now, if you say the top, who I think the top point guards are, I would still. I mean, SGS having a good season. If we're just going by who's having a good season and whatnot, you might want to put him first, but I wouldn't put him over Steph because the Warriors, Steph, they're playing for something different. SGA, he's a young player, so he's playing for MVPs and all that other stuff. Where the Warriors is just want to get to the playoffs and then prove what they can do once they get there.
Yikes. Well, slow down. Slow down. No,
Okay.
I don't think because SGA is young, he playing for the MVP. Right. I think he playing for the real deal. He's number 2 in the league, man. I mean, his team is number 2 in the West, right? He's playing both ends of the floor. You can't say Steph and the Warriors are playing for something different, and that's the reason why they ain't at the top seed. They trash. They're not good.
No.
The Warriors aren't good.
Right.
The Warriors aren't good.
They're not okay. Yeah, I didn't mean that. That's why they're not in the. They're not one of the top seeds. No, I don't think as a team. No, they're not. I mean, yeah, they don't have the best team. But I'm saying if we're preparing, the point guards as far as Steph and SGA, I think that I think as a team they're playing to get in and see what they can do there. I don't think they're thinking about seed and whatever. What I'm saying is a young guy like SGA, he's still on the up and coming. So he wants to win MVPs. He wants to win scoring titles. He wants to do that stuff, which he should do, which all players do at that stage of their career. But what I'm saying is that with Steph, he's not trying to do that. All he wants to do is get into the not even the play-in. He wants to get into the playoffs and then see what they do from there.
But that's not a good thing to bring up when we're talking about who's playing the best basketball right now. Right, right now, if we're trying to scout Steph and SGA to see who's playing the best basketball, I can't bring in why I think they're playing basketball good. I can't say the only reason why he's playing this good is because he want to win MVP and Steph just want to get in the playoffs. I can't say that, especially when Steph not even in the playoffs right now. He's in the play-in.
Right. Well, okay. Maybe I'm not making what I'm saying. I'm not saying that that's the only reason why he's doing it. I'm saying is that
I think this is what you're doing. You're acknowledging that SGA is outplaying Steph, but in your mind you don't want to admit it, so you're making an excuse why he's outplaying Steph. Well, you should just say, yes, SGA is the best point guard in the league right now. He's outplaying Steph. And then put a period right there. You don't want to say it because what Steph has meant to the game prior to this. You don't want to call it like it is. But I say what I see. I say what I see. I'm about to help you out real quick. I'm about to help you be very objective and say what you see. Who's playing better basketball right now, SGA or Steph?
SGA.
All right. Hold on. Let's put a period there. And SGA is better than Steph right now. He's number 1.
No, what I'm saying is, it's a lot of guys I think that's playing better than Steph, but I don't think they're better than Steph because a lot of guys are playing a way that they should be playing where they're at in their careurs.
Right, but that's how you do a ranking though. You do a ranking based on who's playing the best.
Okay, but he's saying who's but I mean, I thought you would do it who's better. I mean, they've had. I mean,
he is better than Steph right now.
LeBron fans, they had LeBron.
Yeah, but he is. But he is better than Steph right now. Though. But he is better than Steph right. He's better than Steph. That's why he's playing better. He's better than him.
No, I don't think he's better than Steph. I think he's having. I think he's playing at a different level right now, and I think Steph don't care about who's playing the best. In the regular season, I think he's not playing that much better where you can say, oh, Steph has fell off. I'm saying he's having a better season as far as his team.
Right. And as a result,
he's 3 points and he's only 3 points ahead of him in scoring.
Right.
So I mean he's not
but his team is doing better. But look,
over him.
Yeah, but his team is winning and Steph is not. So I would say that I didn't get your name. What's your name again? Lamar. Okay. So I say this.
Yeah.
The results of Steph not caring, like you said, I just want to get in the playoffs. I'm not caring about my stats and stuff like that. The results of that is when they sit down and vote for first team All NBA, SGA is going to get more votes.
Yeah, I agree,
Oh, okay.
and he should, and he
All right.
should, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but I don't think he's better than him though. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying just like LeBron's been the best player forever, but LeBron's averaged 27 points, and you've had 3 or 4 guys, 5 or 6 guys ahead of him in scoring titles, with the scoring titles and MVPs. But we never say those guys are better than LeBron.
I do. LeBron hasn't been the best player in the league since the first year KD won MVP.
Well, okay. I mean, and you know what? And I like your opinion. I'm gonna tell you, because I watch your show. I like your jacket. I like that. I don't agree with everything, but I like that you keep it real, and I agree with enough that I feel like you got a good show. But I would say that most people would say that those people were saying LeBron, like when Harden won, and nobody was saying Harden was the best player.
Of course
they
not.
were still saying other people was better than Harden.
Of course,
and my
yeah.
point is. Right, so that's my point with Steph. People, even though SGA is having this season, nobody should really be saying he's better, because we don't do that with nobody else. We didn't do that with Westbrook. Westbrook ain't never been the best player, but he led the league in scoring. You know?
I agree.
So that's all I'm saying.
I don't have SGA. I don't have SGA as the best point guard in the league based on just his stats though. Like I'm actually watching him play, and I'm like, yo, this dude's really good on both sides of the floor. This dude's a real leader. This dude can play off the ball as well as on the ball. This dude can play in the post. Like, he can hit the 3, he can hit the mid range, he can get in the paint. Like, this dude can do it all at 6'6" as a point guard. He's the real deal.
Let me ask you, okay, so we got the regular season, we got the playoffs. And the playoffs, do you think it would be the same thing if they're in the playoffs, like you said, they're in the play-in now, but if they're both in the playoffs, do you think the level, I mean, like I said, he's slightly playing better because of his points in his team, but do you think it would be the same way where in the playoffs, people like him and a KD or whatever, they elevate their game? See, the other guys haven't proved that they're going to elevate when it comes to the playoff, where other people show that they elevate. So that's when you say who's going to get the vote for All NBA, yeah, it would be the guys that you name, because this is a regular season award. But most of the guys who are veterans, they don't play. They play for the best seed they can get, and then they feel like they can beat anybody. So that's all I'm saying. But like I said, if you're going with the All NBA team, whatever, yeah, I would give it to some of the other guys. I would, who would get that award too. So, I mean, do you see what I'm saying? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's a good point. I agree 100%. Like, we haven't seen SGA in the playoffs yet. He didn't make it last year. So, will he elevate his game in the playoffs? We don't know yet. However, I will say this. I have seen De'Aaron Fox in the playoffs, and he definitely elevated his game, and he outplayed Golden State and Steph. He guarded Steph on one. He guarded Steph on one end, and then bust his head on the other end with points. But the difference between
how do you play with Steph by 50 on him and they lost?
Yeah, in the game 7. But you gotta watch that game a little closely.
I watched the whole series, man.
Right.
Man, that last game, Steph looked like a goal trotter out there.
He did. Was Steph guarding Fox on the other end?
No,
he wasn't. So my thing is Fox was scoring. Wait. I don't want to mute you. Wait.
Go ahead.
In my opinion, that Kings series with the Warriors, the Kings were outplaying them, and I think the Golden State Warriors got a lot of help from the NBA. They're gonna get a lot of help this year as well in the playoffs. Like, the Mavs are going to get a lot of help. That really exists in the NBA. That's a real thing. So when I judge players, I have to look past when I think a player is getting home cooking and getting help. I have to look past that and see beyond that. And what I seen is that if Steph and the Warriors did not get that help, they would have went home. Just like we seen when he went against the Lakers, they didn't give Steph the help. And guess what happened? The true Warriors showed up and they got swept by the Lakers. This is a Lakers team swept them. They got swept by Denver. So the Lakers team wasn't even all that good. And they swept Golden State. The Kings team had a better record. The Kings team had a better record. and they was outplaying the Warriors, and they were the better team, and they should have advanced, but the NBA did not want to see Golden State Warriors going home in the first round. That is the truth.
The Lakers didn't sweep the Warriors, though.
Huh?
The Lakers didn't sweep the Warriors.
What was it? A 4-1? Gentleman sweep?
4-2.
4-2?
4-2. Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I was wrong then. Well, I was wrong.
Lakers sweep. And let me say this. When you say the Warriors get help, Steph Curry don't get no calls.
Brother, stop it.
When you say help, I know you're not talking about Steph.
Brother, stop it. Stop it. Please stop.
Okay,
please stop.
You always got the map up there. Pull up how many calls Steph get, how many fouls Steph get called on him.
That's not how you sniff out when the referees are helping. You have to watch the game to see.
I watch the game, but he don't get no calls.
Listen what I'm saying. That's not how you sniff out when the refs are helping. You think it'd be that easy for them to be like, Steph got 30 foul shots tonight. The referees was on his side. That's not how they do it. Right, it's strategic calls that show the defense how they're going to allow you to guard Steph and what they're not going to allow. And then once you start to, I call it hands off the merchandise. They call a ticky-tack foul here. Now you got a foul on Fox, and that's your best player. Guess what Fox got to do while he guarding Steph now? Hands off the merchandise. I got to play him fair. Now Steph can get his shots off. It's not how many times we put him on the free throw line all the time. It's based on the message they send to the defense and what they're going to allow and what they're not going to allow. Right? That's how they do it. It's not always free throws, brother. It's just how the referees strategically call fouls to set the tone on how because we all know this when we play when the referee is going to call the game different from game to game. And sometimes you get different referees that's leaning with fouls, and then some of them are ticky-tack foul, right? So what happens is when you come out and you play those first 3 to 4 minutes and you see how they call the game, and that first time out you go to the bench, what we're saying as players is, hey, they letting us play, so let's play tight. Or you might go in and be like, hey, they calling that, man, we can't touch them tonight. So we know we gotta feel the referees out to see what they're gonna allow, and the referees drive that message home very early, and they let you know what you can't do to Steph and what you can do to him.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, I would say this: you show me one time Steph got a ticky-tack foul.
Let's do this.
You show me one
let's
time.
Let's pull the game up. Let's pull the game up.
Show me a game where he's got a ticky-tack foul.
Plenty of games.
Not a ticky-tack. No, he don't even get blatant calls.
Plenty of games. You think Steph plenty of games?
Tell me one incident where he got a ticky-tack. No, he ain't never got no ticky-tack.
Never.
I watched the game. I've never seen him get a ticky-tack foul.
Man, y'all are delusional.
Okay, let me say. Did you watch the finals with Boston? Did you see him get knocked down twice and not get a foul?
Knocked down twice and not get a foul. Really?
Against Boston.
That's what you're doing?
Literally.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm saying when you talking about ticky-tack foul, and I'm talking about this guy gets hammered and don't get a foul. He don't get no ticky-tack foul. I pull up, go to the Boston game twice. It even announced it said, well, he got knocked down foul on a three-pointer, which he made, and then I'm talking about knocked down. He don't get ticky-tack foul. And let me say this, because I don't want to hold your show up, but Steph Curry is the only player in history who's averaged more than 30 points who's got the less free throws. Fact. In history.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. For a player that shoot mostly 3-pointers, do you think he's gonna have the most free throws?
He gets fouled on his 3.
No, stop. No, I'm asking. For a player who shoot mostly 3-pointers, is he gonna get more foul shots than a player that's going to the hole?
Okay, what percentage do you think Steph shoots?
For a player that shoots mostly 3-pointers, do you think that he should get more foul shots than the player that's going to the hole?
His threes. He's only
for a player that shoots mostly for a player that shoots mostly 3-pointers. Do you think he should get more foul shots than a player that's going to the hole?
He does not shoot mostly 3s.
For a player that shoots mostly 3-pointers,
he does not shoot mostly 3s.
Does he shoot more 3? Does he shoot more 3-pointers than an average point guard?
He don't shoot more 3s than 2s.
Does he shoot more 3-pointers than an average point guard?
Look it up. Steph Curry does not shoot more 3s than 2. It's about even, but it's not more.
All right, he
shoots a lot.
Listen, I'm trying to run a show, sir. And when I ask a question, it'll be nice to get an answer. If I can't get an answer, I will have to bid you a good night. Let me ask you a question
Okay,
again.
uh-huh.
For a player that shoots mostly 3-pointers, do you think he should get the most foul shots in the league?
If he's getting fouled.
Do you think a player that shoots mostly 3-pointers should get more foul shots than anybody in the league?
If I think any shot a person shoot, he should get if he's got fouled.
Thank you, sir.
He should get the call.
Thank you, sir, and thanks for the
Okay.
phone call. Thank you.
Okay.
That's delusional. That's delusional. This man said Steph don't get no fouls. Lord have mercy. Steph don't get no foul calls. They literally let his co-star run around and tackle people in the finals. Caller, cut YouTube off so I can't hear the echo. Caller from Texas. What's up, man? What's your thoughts?
Hey, what's up? What's up going with him?
Man,
I see what you got going on.
Did you just hear the last conversation?
Well, I've seen a couple conversations I can't agree with. I'm telling you right now.
All right, let's see what you got.
Well, this is Homer from Austin. We talked one time before, but I'm sure you talked to a bunch of people. So
Yeah, no, I remember you. I remember. Yeah, I remember you.
man, Kyrie gets so much disrespect only because he has his own way of thinking. I just can't stand that.
Yeah.
And Steph gets all this love, and I don't blame Steph for getting love, but hey, man, you gotta hate on someone to love someone else. That's like one of the things. That's what the LeBron fans are trying to do with MJ.
Yeah.
Oh, the 90s were trash. Jordan didn't know how to go left, but LeBron knows what. I've been watching basketball for a long time. I'm 48 too. So like I've been watching basketball for a long time. It's been my favorite sport since I've been about 8 years old.
Right.
So I've never fell out of love with it. Well, there's been a few women I fell out of love with, but never basketball.
Right.
So I'm just saying, like, well, why are we trying to trash old school, or why are we trying to trash someone else to build someone else up?
Yeah, you make a good point. I'm with you on that. You make a good point. But I honestly, I don't even like doing that. Like, you know, when I critique players, I try to critique and I try to be honest. I only get aggressive toward a false narrative. Like if false narratives didn't exist, I probably wouldn't even talk about.
Okay, let me. What last narrative that you got aggressive toward? False.
The one we just witnessed, that Kyrie Irving, or the one where we try to put Steph Curry in a echelon above where he actually belongs. Like we want Steph Curry in the Jordan echelon and the Kobe echelon. He don't belong there. But he did trick us.
Oh, hell no, he doesn't.
He doesn't belong
there.
there.
I do like him. I do like him though.
Yeah, I like him too. But Kyrie don't belong in that echelon either. That echelon is, I mean, that's Bird, Magic, Kobe, Mike, possibly LeBron.
Well, possibly LeBron. I don't know.
Possibly. The verdict's still out for me. I think the echelon right under that is the Hakeem, Kyrie, Dirk, LeBron. I think LeBron is on that echelon.
You saw what Hakeem did to Shaq.
Of course.
In the final.
Yeah.
Because I know you've been watching basketball long enough. But I saw what Shaq did to other guys too, but no skill.
Yeah, Shaq had he had limited skill. He had enough skill to be considered somebody a skill player, but he didn't have top tier elite skill. But he did have top tier physical attributes, unmatched attributes. So that's all he needed. He didn't need that much skill. Hakeem did, because Hakeem wasn't physically imposing. So he did need to be highly skilled. Big difference, right? One had to work on his game a whole lot, and one just had to stay in shape.
Who went to go see Hakeem for footwork?
Almost everybody who needed post game.
Dwight Howard, even.
Yeah.
Dwight Howard, he got slighted too. I think he should have been in the top 75.
I agree too. I agree.
That's just my opinion. But I just think that like the whole Kyrie thing, it's only because of his political agenda and what he said on social media and stuff. And I don't care about all that because everyone gets to have their own opinion. We live in America.
But you know what? Before he even had that opinion, because the only reason why that opinion is getting overblown is because the media already had a dislike for Kyrie Irving. And that dislike happened for two reasons. For one, it started when he left Cleveland and left LeBron. People was mad at him for that. They had to invite him on ESPN to try to chastise him. He was on there with Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, look it up after you get off the phone. Look up when Kyrie Irving had an interview with Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman, and they was chastising him for his decision to leave LeBron. The media was pissed. So once he left LeBron, he had a relationship with the media that was unhealthy. So while he was in Boston, they would continue to take jabs at him whenever they could. And then he lashed out at the media and said, y'all are peons. And he said, y'all are puppets and peons. And he was very snobbish to the media. And
but he's right.
Yeah, he was right. But now that started a war between him and the media. Stephen A. Smith and everybody who is associated with him, Mike Wilbon and all this, and then Rod Parker and Chris Bouchard, Nick Wright, Shannon Sharp. They all were against Kyrie Irving for making that comment, but they also was against him for leaving LeBron. So now,
well, then on top of that, you pile on the anti-Semitic.
Correct.
Correct.
Correct. But it started from the other stuff.
I'm not even sure. What?
It started from the leaving Cleveland and leaving LeBron, because everything he did after that, they criticized. When he told Boston that he was going to resign, but he changed his mind and left the Brooklyn, they criticized that. When he went on the podcast and said he believed the earth is flat, they criticized him for that. Everything.
That was a good one.
But everything he did got overblown. And the funny thing about it is when Kyrie Irving said the earth was flat, guess what? Not even 6 months after that, Steph Curry was on CJ McCollum's podcast, and he said he believed the moon landing was fake. And they chastised him on ESPN for that. But the difference between Steph and Kyrie is Kyrie bucked the system. Steph was like, "Oh shoot, I don't want no smoke." So he went on a tour to some NASA museum, and they showed him moon rocks, and he was holding moon rocks, and then he came back and made a public statement. Was like, "I was wrong. They did land on the moon." So he had to backpedal and back because they was about to start treating him like Kyrie. Look all this stuff up.
They're both. I didn't know about Steph, but they're both smart players, cerebral, and I know that Steph's gonna go one way, and Kyrie's gonna go one way, because Kyrie's gonna be anti the system. Steph is gonna be like, "Oh, I gotta
correct
my the way I look."
Yeah, he's gonna stick with the status quo.
But I don't know. I just feel bad for. Well, I don't feel bad for Kyrie. The dude hit that left. You see that left hook over Jokic?
I seen it.
Good Lord.
I seen it, man. I seen it.
Oh man, that wasn't even a hook. That was like a slash hook, running slash hook push. I was like, man, the dude's awesome. I mean, he's not my favorite player ever, but he's one of my favorite players.
Yeah, he's great.
You know, I got all kinds of favorite players.
Yeah, for sure.
I just think that this league has a particular agenda that wants to like push certain players.
Exactly.
And I'm still kind of wanting to see.
Right. And that's why. And look, and that's why you have to have a trained eye, because basketball and the NBA is not synonymous. Right. Everybody think that whatever my opinion is about basketball has to be through the lenses of the NBA. But that's not true, because the NBA supersedes I mean, a basketball, pure basketball supersedes the NBA, right? The NBA has a version of basketball, just like pure
You
wrestling.
mean pure basketball that was invented by a Canadian man?
Whatever you want to say, when you're talking about the basics of basketball and how basketball is supposed to be played, the pureness of the game, the nuance of the game, the NBA is not provide just because the NBA is giving us a version of basketball doesn't mean that that's the end all be all. It's something that supersedes the NBA, just like pure wrestling is not represented by the WWE, just like pure Mexican food is not represented by Taco Bell, right?
Yeah, but did you hear what you just said? The NBA is like what? Taco Bell and the WWE now?
Correct.
Well, what? Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
It is. It is. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. Like they get to carry, they get to travel.
exactly. So that version
They
of
get to put their
that
hand
version
under
of
the ball.
basketball is not the real deal. So when you're judging which player is better, you can't take it the way the NBA is providing it to you. You can't look at it through the lenses of the NBA. You have to be able to see beyond that.
Yeah, but what
the
good is that
NBA
gonna do?
the
Because they're
NBA
not
is
gonna-
giving us a bastardized version of basketball, and they're also handpicking who their stars are, and they're giving them star calls, and that's pretty much what it is. Like you got to be able to see beyond that. I can see how good Kevin Durant is, but I can also see that the league is not marketing him anymore, so he doesn't have the push from the NBA to help him out. So
No, there was a guy
we're
earlier
we're
that-
never gonna see Kevin Durant in the finals ever again.
No. He ain't going there. He ain't not going there. And he's got 3 top tier players.
Yeah. But all right, I'm gonna take this other phone call, brother man. Thanks for calling.
All right, but I got one more question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where do you see the future of the NBA going then?
To hell, probably.
Like not WNBA hell.
No, I'm talking about like so it's gonna be a new league that rises up and it's gonna compete with the NBA, and the NBA is gonna have a choice. Either they're gonna change the way they're doing things and probably try to buy that league out, or the other league is gonna end up taking over and being
That's where you see it going?
I do, yeah. It has to go there.
All right.
Yeah, because
All right.
because we've already took the NBA up to its highest plateau.
Well, we took the ABA over.
Right. But we've already reached our peak of NBA. It's on the way. It's on a decline now.
It's been on decline since Jordan left.
Of course. So it's going to hell. It's got to stop. Like the bubble's going to bust at some point. Right now, the money just keeps expanding. They get more and more money every year. They're doing a good job as a business to grab more money, but the product is trash. Right? It's like when Red Bull came out, and I remember I used to drink Red Bull, and I would have that baking soda on my hammer all night, but then they watered Red Bull down. The NBA is watered down now. It don't give you the same effect anymore. Right.
Yeah,
so,
you know what? I hate that I agree with you so much, but I love it too. The love-hate thing going on.
But all right, man. I appreciate the call, man.
All right, bro. All right.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Yep. All right. Yeah. So back to my analogy of Taco Bell. The NBA is a bastardized version of basketball. Right. Basketball can be seen in its purest form in a lot of different areas. It can be seen in college. It can be seen on the street. It can be seen in the WNBA. It can be seen in women's basketball. It can be seen in Europe. It can be seen in the Olympics. Right. What the NBA is giving us is not the best. Like this is not pure cocaine. This has been cut so many different times. This don't even get you high no more, but they're still selling it and getting the same. A kilo is a kilo, so you getting the same amount of money. So they're making money, business is booming, but your things ain't getting high no more because you're cutting the coke too many times. That's what the NBA is. Pure basketball is here. NBA is pure basketball cut several different times, probably 6 times. Right. So that's what you have. You have a bastardized version of coke. So when someone asks me who's the top 5 players in the NBA, I'm not looking at it from the NBA lens. I'm looking at it from pure basketball. So my top 5 is going to look different from yours, because what you're going to do is take their stats and say, yeah, this guy's averaging 34 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists. So he's got to be the best. But I'm not grading him based on what he can do in the NBA, because the NBA is trash. Why would you grade him based on what he can do in the NBA? You have to look at his game and see what he can and can't do, and you can't rely on the stats to tell you what you're seeing. So when I see a player, and I know that basketball has to be played on both ends of the floor, and I see one player that's not playing the other end, how can I put him over a player that's playing as well as he is on the offensive end, but doubling him on the defensive end? How can I put a player above him that's not playing the defensive end at all? That don't even make sense. But just because the NBA allowed him to get 34, 9, and 9, that means I gotta put him above somebody. No, stats don't mean crap in this league, because they created the league for them to get those stats, and they're making it okay for you not to play defense. That's not basketball. That's NBA. So if you was at a Mexican, you had a Mexican friend, and your Mexican tell me, hey man, tell me your best top 5 Mexican dishes, and you name 5 Taco Bell dishes, that Mexican friend will go be like, hell nah, that's not in my top 5. Because they know a better brand of Mexican food than Taco Bell. The NBA is Taco Bell. The NBA is that Coke cut 6 times. The NBA is WWE, right? So you got to get to the pureness of it, man. All right, caller, what's up?
Yo, I just wanted to build upon what you were saying. I commented on one of your videos about why some of the younger international representatives in basketball struggle against international competition, because FIBA rules aren't the same as NBA rules. Correct. And those guys soon realize that they're not able to get away with the same things that they're able to get away with in an NBA game, and they end up struggling. That's why players like Kobe Bryant, Carmelo Anthony, certain other guys in the newer eras like really excel in the Olympics and in international competition, because they were truly skilled and they understood the game of basketball. Kobe had to go over there and teach them dudes how to compete on an international level at one point, if I remember correctly.
Correct. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that's what makes a skilled player. People think that skill comes down to just like who could do the fanciest dribble moves or who could do the fanciest passes or whatever. And that's definitely a component of skill. But somebody like Larry Bird, who didn't have a bag as far as his handle, he knew how to dribble this, and he knew how to see the floor. He knew how to flick his wrist and throw that pass. He had so many different skills within the confines of basketball. That's a skilled player. And I think sometimes with Kyrie Irving, just to get on point, people say that he's the most skilled, and they're only talking about one aspect of the skill that he has, which would be his handles and his layup package. But when you see how this dude sees the floor and knows how to turn the switch on and off, as far as I'm gonna be a distributor right now, I'm gonna score when I have to, that's skills.
Yeah, it is. You're right. I'm definitely with you on that.
Right. And, there's a lot of people who are skilled that get left out of those conversations because the parameters that people put on it is like, yeah, this dude had the sickest handles, this dude could do this and that. But they're not looking at overall basketball skills. And just like you were talking about earlier with, there's some superior athletes, but a lot of them dudes, Hot Rod Williams and, dudes who can jump high, they was ratting benches back in the day. Like, a lot of these dudes got the space to do what they want to do.
Correct.
And that's not skill, that's athletic ability.
Correct. That's track and field right there.
Yeah, like somebody like Sean Kemp, like his athletic ability was so superior, but then he also had game.
Correct.
Once he stopped working on his game and his athletic ability went away, then he was gone.
He was done.
But if he would have worked on his game, he would have had a longer career.
Correct.
Because he already had skills.
When Sean Kemp got fat and couldn't jump out the gym no more, he wasn't that useful. When Van Baker got fat or when Derek Coleman got fat, they were still skilled.
Yep.
They can still they can still go. So like you said, the floor is wide open right now. So you can be great with just track and field attributes, speed, power, athleticism. You can be a top 75 player like in Westbrook's case with just speed, athleticism, and jumping ability. That's it.
Yeah, because in reality, like you said, man, the skill part of basketball is like a dying art. And it's like people don't understand the difference between athletic ability and skills. Like people need to watch more other leagues of basketball and high level competition from other countries. And, because, a lot of the guys who maybe couldn't cut it or got a little bit older and went to other countries, they talk about how much they actually like playing basketball over there because of the way the game is played.
You know who the leading scorer is in Euroball?
Of all time?
Of all time.
Yeah, Mike James, right?
Mike James. And he was on the Brooklyn Nets. He's one of Kevin Durant's best friends. He was on the Brooklyn Nets some years ago. But I was watching the video when they was breaking down the European GOAT. And when they started going down the list, Mike James was on that list. But all the players who was in that conversation, they were averaging. I'll let you guess. How much you think they was averaging as far as points a game?
Probably like 11 to 14, I'll say.
You're right. I think the highest I seen was probably 16 points a game.
Yeah, but stats don't make you a better player, bro.
Exactly. I just want people to let that sink in. They had a GOAT. They got a video and they did a GOAT list, and all the GOATs was averaging about 16 points or less.
You do it in the amount of games that you're allotted to play in your season. You do it in the amount of time that's allotted for you to play during that specific game. Not every league of basketball plays 48 minutes and 82 games.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's. I think I don't like the fact that it's very hard to get a European game over here, but I think that's the NBA wouldn't want that. They wouldn't want us to be able to easily stream or for them to show a European game on ESPN.
To be able to compare and contrast so easily.
Correct, but guess what they're trying to do? They're trying to show their game. They're trying to show NBA games over there.
Yeah, because they want to create a culture where their brand of basketball is seen as the best brand of basketball, which, you know what I mean? Like, hey, don't drink Pepsi, drink Coke. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's advertising. It's business. That's what they do. They try to consume everything. It's just like with hip hop, right? Nowadays you can find decent underground hip hop on YouTube and everything if you like that kind of thing. But back in the day, you would have to know somebody, go to a record store, actually listen to stuff that wasn't on the radio to actually get something that spoke to your palate. And that was by design. And it's the same thing kind of with basketball and with sports in general.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like the American system don't want people seeing like the good foreign boxers. They want to always put the American boxers on a pedestal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But there's all types of great fighters all over the world. Yeah. And it's the same thing. It's business. But, people need to understand that just because Luka Doncic has the space to do all that stuff and dribble the air off the ball doesn't make him more skilled than somebody who could take 3 dribbles, get to their spot, and score.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Period. But man, thanks, man. Thanks for the great content.
All right, man. No doubt, man. Thanks for the call.
Peace.
All right. That's the show. This is as long as I ever went. I've never went 4 hours, man. But I took some calls and talked too long on some of those calls, and some of those calls was DC Slim super chat. Thanks, man. Basketball will be back. It'll fix itself. It's still a great sport, of course. I mean, basketball is. I wouldn't talk about it so much if I wasn't addicted to it. I'm addicted to it. But I tell you one thing: if a league showed up and gave me a better version of basketball, that's closer to the pureness of it, without it being cut so many times, without so much baking soda. If I could get that version of basketball, I'll watch that over the NBA. I'm not stuck on the NBA. It's almost like when everybody switched from NBA Live to 2K years ago. NBA Live was on that BS. They put out 6 games in a row where they ain't even make no changes except to the roster. The same graphics 6 years in a row. One year, my friend, we grabbed Live, and I was already on 2K before him, and he was like, I can't jump on 2K yet. I'm still on Live. And what made him actually jump on 2K is he got the new Live one day, and he was playing, and he said Tony Parker came and windmilled on him. Wow, that's not realistic, right? So if you give me fake basketball, rigged basketball, unrealistic basketball, you done made gambling legal, and you in bed with Vegas, so we know the game's fixed. You doing all this crazy stuff. You marketing players that we know ain't good. You pushing them on us, and then you cutting the Coke too many times with too much baking soda and not giving us the pureness of the game. People's going to start turning away from it and looking for something better, right? So you can't hold pure basketball down long. Eventually, something's going to come up. Someone's going to create another league. Ice Cube already got the big 3, but it's only 3-on-3. Why the NBA won't let Ice Cube work with any other sponsors that they deal with? They're blocking them. Like, if you're already dealing with the NBA, they don't want you to do business with the big 3 of Ice Cube, and they don't want to help Ice Cube either, because they see the potential. They know that they have it's a chink in the armor of their game right now, and right now they're vulnerable. Teams, other leagues can rise up and actually take over if they wanted to, and they don't want to help nobody overtake them. And I think the big 3 with Ice Cube is a Trojan horse. I think they can come in as a 3-on-3 league, but I think eventually, if people really got smart, if people would have did what Kyrie Irving suggested during the bubble, and if everybody would have hopped off the ship, they could have written for their own league. And the league already existed with the big 3. Think about that power shift if they would have did that. Right? So Kyrie was onto something. Right? And the NBA, yeah, they're in trouble if they don't fix what we're watching. We don't like it. I mean, DC Slim is saying we got to stop complaining, but we don't like it. What are you supposed to do when you don't like something? Just accept it? No. I mean, it's a little disrespectful to say we're complaining. We're telling you, no, we don't like this product. We still supporting it because it's the only form of professional basketball we can watch over here very easily. So we're trying to support it. We're trying to tell you what we don't like. We've been telling you for years, stop pushing stop pushing LeBron on us. We don't think he's what you're saying he is. Stop it. We'll watch the games. We love him. We want to enjoy him play. He's a good player. We want to see it. But stop forcing this conversation down our throat, man. Like, we don't want to keep having this GOAT debate with somebody that we don't think belong in the conversation. Stop telling us Kobe wasn't good. Stop lying about that. Stop forcing Luka on us. Stop trying to blackball Kyrie Irving. Stop doing that BS. Call the game fair. Give us pure basketball again. So, I mean, you do those things and like, don't nobody want to sit here and just watch you just keep giving us this crap product. Eventually, we go jump from Live to 2K. We just need somebody to start and create 2K. So, that's it, man. I appreciate everybody for rocking with me for this long 4 hours. I won't take y'all on this roller coaster ride for 4 hours again, man. This still is a 2-hour show, 2.5 hours max. So I really gave y'all 2 shows tonight. I gave y'all 2 shows tonight, man. And I need to go and eat. Right. So so I appreciate y'all. Thanks for the super chats. Shout out to all the members again. Everybody that's a member, text the number that was on the screen. Text that number with your name so I can save all our members in this phone, because I want to start inviting y'all on the full panel on Fridays to do at least one segment with us, right? So so members, text me your name. I save you in there, and then I start grabbing you. I think the first one I want to invite on is Mikey Brass, because he was our first member. So Mikey Brass, if you're still watching it, man, you'll be the first one up. We try to get you on here for a segment on Friday, possibly this Friday if we can set it up fast enough. But yeah, all the members, shoot me a text, send me your name. Thank everybody for watching. Thanks for all the call-ins. Thanks for the super chats. I'll catch y'all on the next one. Peace.